Hi there, I'm Clifford Bates, and welcome once again to reading Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws. Today we're in part six, the last part, which is kind of giving us a general the historical background of how the French laws emerge. This is really this part is French centric in the sense. The argument is the French nation or the French laws. The part six, as I said, this is the second book in part six. The first book, 27, was really odd because it was really only a book of one chapter, all dealing the question of the issue of Roman law and the question of inheritance, right? And the idea is how this will be shaping. The idea here is, but the question of it's a question of the political. It's one showing the question of of understanding that the inheritance there's political. In other words, any law or policy has either a political reason, a social reason of custom and habit, and therefore the tie between what we call political law, civil law, and then what we call private law. The realm of domestic law, right? That is that thing there, and and he's showing how the different reasons for all these things, something that was done for domestic laws and different aspects of it, and why the certain prohibition of inheritance for women were done, and how things changed because of first the empire, then Christianity, and things like this. Now he's going to be turning. This is a long chapter. This has 45. This book 28, has 45 chapters. So, but there's some of them are small, some of them are long. So therefore, this is the whole question on the origins and revolution of the civil laws among the French. Now, this is the second book in Montesquieu that has a poem at the book level. Okay, not at the chapter. There's also one where he does the thing on commerce, where he does where let me do this. Hold on. Yeah, book 20 was the previous one where the invocation of the muses dealt with, book 20 with commerce, right? Which is done there. And then later in chapter 23, book 23, it's in the first chapter. There'll be a poem, usually from, I think it's Lucretius, right? So therefore, the invocation of the muses is this here, the poem from Ovid Metamorphosis. My imagination brings me to speak of forms changing in new bodies, right? From Ovid's Metamorphosis, the first book, and or the first poem or the first book, or 1 through 2, right? The first two lines of the poem. What's so important about this is this idea: the imagination brings me to speak of forms changing into new bodies, right? This is making a reference. He's using the poem to make a point about how the origin and revolution of the civil laws among the French, how therefore the form changing into how this form of the law, civil laws, are changing into new bodies. So therefore, let's talk about this: the difference between the origins of where they came from and the current French situation. So let's look at this question here. Chapter 1 on the different character. And this is going to be a long chapter on the different character of the laws of the German people. So there's many Germanic tribes in this sense originally. The Franks are being one of them. Okay, so let's talk about it. When the Franks left their country, they had the Salic laws drawn up by the sages of their nation. Okay, let's look at this. Right, the prologue of Lexausa in his Origina de Francorum says that this law was made before the reign of Clovis, but this cannot have been before the Franks had left Germany. At that time, they did not understand Latin, right? So this is this. When the tribe of the Rupardian Franks joined under Clovis, joined that of the Salian Franks, it preserved its usages, and Theodoric, king of the Austrasia, um, Austrasia, had them written down. So therefore, Theodoric, king of the people, He had also collected the usage of the Bavarians and the Alemanni. Again, this is see the prologue of these, the notes here. This is actually very good, and in fact, I would recommend if you haven't, but this is probably the best translation of the Spirit of the Laws that are currently available. The other ones that are done publicly are older, from the 18th century, and awkward, and and sometimes the French is off a little bit wrong. This is probably the most critical edition. There's still little teeny errors in it, as we've seen. This is what I'm using, which were dependencies of his kingdom. So this idea, the Germanic tribes, the original Germanic tribes, were broken up into these different groups and these different things. This is the nature of any tribe in that sense, of how they've grown to smaller groups, and that there was this ambitious leader, Clovis, who united the tribes and to go into conquering of Rome, the Roman territories of this time, right? For as Germany was weakened by the departure of so many people, the Franks, after conquering what lay in front of them, took a step backward and brought their dominion into the forest of their father. So therefore, they went back. They went there, but then this was so weak, and then the Frankish kings then brought their order back to the forest. Right. It is likely that the code of the Thuringians was given at the same time by the same Theodoric, for the Thuringians were also his subjects, as the Frisians were subjected by Charles Martel and Pepin. Their law is no earlier than these princes. Okay, 6. Right. This is the they did not know how to write. The argument was right. Charlemagne, who was the first to overcome the Saxons, gave them the law that we have. Only one has only to read these last two codes to see that they come from the hands of conquerors. When the Visigoths, the Burgundians, and the Lombards founded kingdoms, they had their laws written, not in order to make the conquered people follow their usages, but in order to follow them themselves. So, in other words, Charlemagne did it to make them do this, but then these people did it. But the Visigoths, the Burgundians, and Lombardians wrote their laws not to make the people follow them, understand them, right? But rather that they themselves follow them, right? So there is a difference between the Charlemagne and what happened with Charlemagne coming over there to become that these Frankish kings coming back like this, coming back, and particularly Charlemagne coming back and gave the Saxons their laws, right? One only has to read these last two codes, to see that these were come from the hands of conquerors. So therefore, that's one thing versus the other thing. In the Salic and Rupridian laws, and in those of the Alemanni, Bavarians, Thuringians, and Frisians, there were an admirable simplicity. They show an original roughness and a spirit that was not at all weakened by a different spirit. They changed little because these people, with the exceptions of the Franks, stayed in Germany. So therefore, in other words, these people, in the Salic laws and these, and in those of the Salic and Rapatian laws, right, these earlier laws, the Romanians, the Bavarians, the Thuringians, and Frisians were simpler because they stayed in Germany, right? They stayed back. The Franks even founded a great part of their empire there, right? Thus, their laws were entirely German. It was not the same for the laws of the Visigoths, Lombards, and Burgundians. Their laws lost much of their character because these people who remained in the new dwelling places lost much of their character. So that therefore the Visigoths, Lombards, and Burgundians, they stay over there. The Franks go back to the German lands, or keep control over their conquered lands in the west, but they go back to the German things and retain their character. The Visigoth, Lombards, and Burgundians lose because they stay in the new area. They lose their character, he says. The kingdom of the Burgundians did not last long enough for the laws of the conquering people to be greatly changed. Okay, So these laws, Burgundians, and Gambad and Sigismund, Gundobad, and Sigismund, who collected their usages, were almost the last of their kings. The laws of the Lombard were augmented rather than changed. Those of Rathes were followed by those of Grimold, Luprand, Raxus, and I. S. Estof, but they did not take a new form. It was not the same for the laws of the Visigoths. Their kings recast their laws and had them recast by the clergy. So, in other words, those guys kind of diminished. The Burgundians kind of lost their things over time and diminished. They didn't lost their control, right? But the Visigoths, no, they transferred it over to the clergy. The Merovingian kings were renowned, indeed removed from the Salic and Rapacian laws, what absolutely could not be in accord with Christianity. But they left in them the whole foundation. So this is 8, C preface of the done, right? One cannot say this for the laws of the Visigoths, right? So the Moravian kings in the south of the removed things that were not compatible with Christianity. But the Visigoths, this is not, you cannot say this. The laws of the Burgundians, especially those of the Visigoths, approved corporal penalties. These were not accepted by the Salic and Rapacian laws. Now, 9, only a few of them were found in the degree of Childebert, right? Of corporal punishments in that sense, right? These were not accepted. The Visigoth Burgundians approved corporal penalties against the body, right? These were not accepted by the Salic and Rapacian laws. These laws better preserved their characters. In other words, these laws over here preserved their character. These did not. The Burgundians and Visigoths, whose provinces were quite vulnerable, sought to reconcile the original inhabitants to them and give the inhabitants the most impartial civil laws. Now 10, this is like this. See the preface of this, and also seek regulators thing in the code of the Visigoths, right? So these are the sources that. But the Frankish kings, sure of their power, were not so considerate. Again, see Book 28, Chapter 3 below, right? Okay, let's go through this. It's going to be slow, right? Were not so considerate. The Saxons, who lived under the empire of the Franks, were of an indomitable humor and persisted in rebellion. So the Saxons, who lived under the Franks, under the empire of the Franks, and they had an indomitable. They couldn't be controlled. They kept on rebellion, right? In their laws, one finds the harshness of the conqueror, which one does not see in the code of laws of other barbarians. So therefore, 12 is that, Legis Sexum, Chapter 2. These are harsh laws. These are laws that were done of the conquerors, that they needed to keep the Saxons down or controlled, right? Now see, in other words, which one I see in the codes of the other barbarians. There is the spirit of the laws of the German. The spirit of the laws of the Germans is seen in the pecuniary penalties and that of the conquerors and the corporate penalty. So, in other words, the German laws is that, okay, the German believes in penalties based upon fines, pecuniary. Let's look at this. Let's go this. Let's do the dictionary relating to the consisting of money, right? Financial penalties, right? And whereas corporal penalties, the conquerors deal with corporal penalties on the body, right? The crimes they commit in their country are punishable corporally. The crimes they commit in their country are punished corporally. And in the spirit of the German laws is followed only in the punishment of those committed outside of their territory. So therefore, the Saxons, the crimes committed in their country are punished corporally. And the spirit of the Germanic laws is followed only in the punishment of those committed outside of their territories. Right. So. In the laws, it is declared for their crimes they will never have peace and will be refused asylum even in churches. Bishops had immense authority in the court of the Visigoth kings, and most important businesses was decided in councils. We owe to the code of the Visigoths all the maxims, all the principles, and all the views of the present day inquisitors. For the monks have only copied against the Jews, against the Jewish laws firmly made by bishops. So therefore, the Inquisitioners, the Visigoths, we have this Visigoths controlled by the church, and the bishops had these anti-Jewish provisions. Okay. Further, the laws of Gundobad for the Burgundians appear quite judicious. Those of the Rothians, Rotathus, and other Lombard princes are even more so. So, for the further laws of Gundobad for the Burgundians, and were quite judicious. That means they're more moderate, more understanding of what is just and good for the law. And those of Rothbard and other Lombard princes were even more so. But the laws of the Visigoths and those of the Ruthician Chindasinus and Igatia were childish, awkward, and inane. They did not attain their end. They are rhetorical and empty of sense, fundamentally frivolous, and gigantic in their style. Gigantic means large or exaggerated. What is this? Yeah, very huge, of a very great size or extent, huge or enormous in their style. So ridiculous of their style. So this is the first chapter. We spells out this difference in the Germans. We have to understand that many ways Montesquieu is following the argument of Tacitus, the German argument, in his Germanica, about the tension between the difference between the understanding the difference between the Germanic tribes versus the Southern Roman people. That the Southern people were submissive and obedient and changed and lost their sense of freedom, or the Germans in the forest retained their sense of freedom. And this is something we've seen throughout Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws. Now let's look at chapter 2. This will be quite shorter chapter compared to the other one. That the laws of the barbarians were all personal. A particular character of these laws of the barbarians is that they were not attached to a certain territory. The Franks were judged by the laws of the Franks, the Armenian by the laws of the Alemanni, the Burgundians by the laws of the Burgundians, the Romans by Roman law. And one was so far from even dreaming in those times of putting uniformity into the laws of the conquering peoples that one did not even think of making oneself the legislative or vanquished people. So therefore, the first thing he says that everyone was governed by their own laws. The argument here was that it was very simple. They didn't argue that, in other words, law was not attached to territory, but rather to people. And the people who they were. That every people was governed by their own laws. And that the Franks would let, in other words, the Franks were judged by the Frankish law, every people was judged by their own law. And there was no idea of imposing a law on a vanquished people. I find the origins of this in the Moors of the Germanic people. These nations were divided by marshes, lakes, and forests. One can see in Caesar. This is, the famous line, Caesar's commentary of the Gallic Wars, right? Book 6, particularly. I can see this in Caesar. Okay, did I go too far? Yeah. One can can see in Caesar. That they even liked their separation. The fright the Romans gave them made them band together. So therefore, they preferred their separation. They preferred their differences, but only the scare that the Romans gave them, the threat of the united power of Rome, made and band together. Each man in this mix of nations had to be judged by the usages and custom of his own nation. All these people, taken individually, were free and independent, and when they were mixed together, they remained independent. The homeland was a common and the republic particular. So the homeland was common, Germany was a homeland, but the republic or the government of their government was a particular. The territory was the same as the nation. The territory was the same, and the nations various. So the territory was the unified, this region of the homeland, right, was the same. And the nations, the peoples themselves were various, right? Therefore, this is interesting, he uses the term nations referring to the different sub-tribes, right? The different tribes. This is interesting. The term nation will vary in its origins. It's tied to tribes, right? And then the larger tribes. And this is the move. I think this is a very interesting point that Montesquieu may point to how the state that it will be the rise of the nation state or the monarchic states that made these larger things or empires that were done through these combining of tribes and making homogeneity of these tribes through a king or a powerful ruler that then led to the creation of the so-called, and usually through before the instrument of state was this the monarchy, dynastic monarchy, but then to stabilize the idea of the state, as Baudin points out. So this is, okay, we can see what they're saying, right? Therefore, it was the spirit of personal laws among these people before they left their homes, and they took it with them with their conquest, right? This idea, this is how it spread. One finds the uses established in the formula of Makuf, in the code of laws of the barbarians, especially in the laws of the Riporidians, and in the decrees of the Merovingian kings, from which were deprived the caputaries the royal commands of the captaries made on the subjects under the Carolinians, right? Children followed the laws of their father, wives of their husbands, widows returned to their own law, from the family, right? And the freedmen took that of their patron. Okay, the freedmen, people who were, this is the laws of the Langerbundum, right? Freedmen took that of their patron. This is not all. Each man could take on the law he wanted, and a constitution of Lothair I required that this choice be made in public. So, therefore, this idea of it had to be made in public. That therefore they could take their law, but they had to make it in public. Every man could take the law he wanted, but the Constitution required him to make a choice public. Chapter 3, the chief difference, and this is again a short chapter. No, is it a short chapter? Yeah, 5 paragraphs. The chief difference between the Salic laws and the laws of the Visigoths and Burgundians. As I have said, 23 in chapter 1 of this book, right? That the laws of the Burgundians and those of the Visigoths were impartial, but the Salic law was not. It established the most distressing distinction between the Franks and the Romans. When one killed a Frank, a barbarian, or a man living under the Salic law, one paid his relatives a settlement of 200 souls. Only 100 was paid when one killed a property-holding Roman, and only 45 when a Roman tributary was killed. A settlement for the murder of a Frank, a vassal of the king, was 600 souls, and that for the murder of a Roman guest friend of the king was only 300. Thus the law put cruel differences between the Frankish lord and the Roman lord, and between the Frank and the Roman who were of middling condition. So therefore, this is the Frankish law didn't treat everyone the same. There was not equality. The punishment, the penalties for killing one group was worse than killing significantly more than another. It's not only the Frankish lord and the Roman law, the difference between that, but also the middling condition, people, the Franks and the Romans of the middling condition. This is not all. Of a group assembled to assault a Frank in his house and kill him, the Salic law ordered a settlement of 600 sous. But if one had assaulted a Roman or a freedman, only half that settlement was paid. By the same law, if a Roman put a Frank in change, he owed 30 sous in settlement. But if a Frank put a Roman in change, he owed only 15 sous. A Frank despoiled by a Roman received 62 and a half sous in settlement, and the Roman despoiled by a Frank received one but 30, one of but 30. All of this must have been crushing to the Romans. A famous writer, now it's 32, so let's see what he says here. This is Abbe de Bois, nevertheless forms a system of the establishment of the Franks in Gaul on the assumptions that they were the best friends of the Romans. So therefore, they said they were the best friends of the Romans. Were the Franks therefore the best friends of the Romans? They who caused them, they who received from them appalling evils. Right. This is this idea of this 33. Witnessed the expedition of Arbogast into and Gregory of Toros and his Ecclesiastes. Um, uh, were the Franks friends of the Romans? They who, after subjecting them by their arms, oppressed them in cold blood by their laws. They were the friends of the Romans, like they were friends of the Romans, like the Tartars who conquered the Chinese were friends of the Chinese. No, they weren't. Okay, he's comparing how the Franks ruled over the Romans and the way the Tartars ruled over the Chinese. They were not friends. If some Catholic bishop wanted to use the Franks to destroy the Arian kings, does it follow that they desired to live under these barbarian people? Can one conclude from this that the Franks had a special regard for the Romans? I would draw quite different consequences from this. The surer the Franks were of the Romans, the less carefully they treated them. So therefore, the more convinced of them. When they were not sure, they can't treat them carefully. When they weren't, where they were completely controlled of them and sure of them, they treated them less carefully. But the Abbé de Boux drew from the wrong sources for a historian, from poets and orators. One must not found systems on works of ostentation. In other words, be careful. We shouldn't pay attention to the poets and the orators because these are ostentatious, bragging. Chapter 4. Okay, this is going to be a big one, 12 paragraphs. How Roman right was lost in the lands under the domain of the Franks and was preserved in the land under the domains of the Goths and Burgundians. So Roman law will be lost under the Franks, but were retained under the Goths and the Burgundians. The things I have said will shed lights on others, which have been quite obscure until now. The country today called France was governed under the Merovonians by Roman law, that is the Theodosian Code, and by the various laws of the barbarians who lived in it. Okay, this is the Franks, the Visigoths, and the Burgundians, right? In the country under the domain of the Franks, the Salic law had been established for the Franks, the Theodosian Code for the Romans. In the country under the domain of the Visigoths, the contemplation of the Theodosian Code, made by order of Elec, ruled disputes between Romans, the custom of the nation, which Ulrich caused to be written down, decided those of the Visigoths. In other words, the code that which they did for the Romans, right? Then the Visigoths followed, right? But why did the Salic laws acquire a nearly general authority in the land of the Franks? Why was Roman right gradually lost there, while in the domains of the Visigoths, Roman right spread and had general authority? I say that the usage of Roman right was lost among the Franks because there were great advantages for the Franks. In other words, Frank or barbarian or a man who lives under the Salic law, right? There was great advantages by that. In other words, it was more advantageous to live under the Salic law than the Roman law. Okay, A barbarian or a man living under Salic law, everyone gave up Roman right in order to live under Salic law. Only the ecclesiastics kept it. Now 39. According to Roman law under which the church lives, it is said in the Lex Torah. Also see the numerous authorities on the subject reported by de Gaulle for the words Lex Roman. So the church maintained it in Frankish. There was a duality of law. Maybe this is where you can kind of see the influence. Maybe the Frankish law that the Frankish Rite separates Roman law like this, and only the church will retain the framework of Roman law in the Frankish lands. Because what he's saying is that it was clearly more advantageous to be for everyone that Frankish law was simply better than Roman law, because and therefore this idea, okay, let's do it this way, only ecclesiastics accept them because they had no interest in changing. The difference in conditions and rank consisted only in the amount of the settlement, as I show elsewhere. Now, separate laws, now 40, see the capitories of the Lex Sala, and at the end of this law, the diverse codes of law of the barbarians and the privileges of ecclesiastics in this regard. See also the letter from Charlemagne to his son Pippin, in which it is said that an ecclesiastic is to receive a triple settlement and the collection of his caputaries in volume 1 of the Belize edition, right? So therefore, this is a separate law. Now, a separate law gave the settlements unfavorable to those the Franks had. Therefore, they kept the Roman light. So the difference of condition consisted only amount of settlement, as I've shown elsewhere. And now the separate laws gave them settlements in their favor, as those the Franks had. Therefore, they kept the Roman light, the churchmen. It was without prejudice to them. And moreover, it suited them because it was the work of the Christian emperors, right? To say that the Roman law was the work of the Christian emperors, right? And therefore the church, right? On the other hand, in the patrimony of the Visigoths, it was as the Visigoth law gave no civil advantage to the Visigoths over Romans. The Romans had no reason to quit living under their law and live under another. Therefore, they kept their old laws and did not take those of the Visigoths. This is increasingly confirmed the further one pursues the matter. The laws of Gundobad are very impartial and was no more favorable to the Burgundians than to the Romans. In the prologue of this law, it appears that the law was made for the Burgundians, and it was also made to regulate some business as might arise between Romans and Burgundians. And in the latter case, the tribunal was made up of equal numbers from each nation. This was necessary for the particular reasons drawn from the political arrangements of those times. Roman right continued to exist in Burgundy in order to regulate disputes that Romans might have among themselves. The Romans had no reason to abandon their law, as they did in the country of the Franks, particularly since the Salic law was not established in Burgundy, as shown by the famous letter written by Agrabah to Louis the Pious. Agrabah asked this prince to establish Salic law in Burgundy. Therefore, it had not been established there. Thus, Roman right continued to exist and still exists in so many provinces, which were formerly dependencies of this kingdom. Roman right and Gothic law were likewise maintained in the country of the establishment of the Goths. Salic law was never accepted there. When Pippin and Charles Martel drove out the Saracens, the towns and provinces that submitted to these princes asked to preserve their laws, and this was granted, a thing which, in spite of the usage of those times, when all the laws were personal, soon made Roman right regarded as the real and territory law of those countries. So that's how, in other words, Pippin and Charles Martel drove out the Saracens, the Moors. And what happened was those areas wanted to retain their laws, which was Roman, and therefore that the Roman right regarded as the real and territory law of those countries, right? This is proven by the edicts of Charles the Bald, given at Pistis in 864, which distinguishes the countries in which one judged by Roman right and those in which one did not judge it. Okay, 45. In this land, okay, this is a nice. In this land where judgments are determined according to Roman law, a case will be judged according to that law, and those not determined by Roman law will be of monetary penalties. Right. The Edict of Pistis proved two things. First, that there were countries in which one judged according to Roman law, and others in which one did not judge. One did not at all judge according to this law. Second, in those countries in which one judged by Roman law were precisely those in which it is still followed today, as can be seen in the same edict. Thus, the distinction between those countries in France under custom and those governed by written right was already established at the time of Pistis. Now, written right, this is note C, pays de France conteneurs of de France regard par de right, right of written right. Okay, so this is looking at the French of the text. I have said that at the beginning of the monarchy, all laws are personal. Thus, when the Edict of Pistis distinguished between the countries of Roman right and those without it, this meant that in the countries that were not those of Roman right, so many people had chosen to live under some one of the laws of the barbarian peoples, and there was almost none in those parts who chose to live under Roman law, and that in the countries of Roman law, few people chose to live under the laws of the barbarians. So therefore, he's saying that the tendency was this tendency. Therefore, the clearly point is it must be advantageous. That it was more advantageous to stay in the Roman law. That it was clearly more advantageous to stay under Roman law, and where in these areas it was more advantageous to adhere to the barbarian principle, right? Frankish law. I know well. I well know that I say new things here, but if they are true, they are quite old. What does it matter after all whether if it is I, the Velos, or the Burgunds who have said, or the big guns who have said them? So therefore, the Veloy and the okay. In other words, this is I've said new things here, but if they're true, they're quite old. In other words, they're older than me. Does it matter at all if I, who's now modern, say this now rather than the people from there say that? Chapter 5, continuation of same subject. The laws of Gund. Okay, 5 is going to be shortish. The laws of Gundabad continue to exist for a long time among the Burgundians. Currently, concurrently with Roman laws, the laws of Gundabad continue to exist with the Burgundians, concurrently with Roman law. There, it was still used at the time of Louis the Pious. The letters of Arababad leave no doubt about it. Likewise, the Edict of Pistis calls the country that had been occupied by the Visigoths the country of Roman law. The law of the Visigoths still continued to exist there, which is proven by the Synod of Troyes, held under Louis the Stammerer in 878. That is 14 years after the Edict of Pistis. Subsequently, the Gothic and Burgundian laws perished even in their own countries from general causes that brought about the disappearance of the personal laws of the barbarian peoples everywhere. Right? This is the 47. See chapter 9. See below chapters 9, 10, 11. I was going to talk about this. Why this happens. And why does this happen in 9, 10, and 11? 9, 10, 11. Okay, and there's a note that's actually interesting up earlier. Let's go to 47. See chapters 9, 10, 11. Okay, that's going to be next. Chapter 6, how Roman light was preserved in the lands of the Lombards, right? This is why was Roman light preserved in the Lombards when the Lombards came down, right? Everything bows before my principle. The laws of the Lombard were impartial, and the Romans had no interest in turning to it from their own. The motives that prompted the Romans under the Franks to choose the Salic law was not present in Italy. Roman right was maintained there all along with the laws of the Lombard. Um, it happened. It even happened that the latter ceded to Roman right. That the Lombards ceded to Roman right. It ceased to be the laws of the dominant nation, and though it continued that of the that of the principal nobility, most of the towns set themselves up as republics, and their nobility fell or was exterminated. Right. This is the Lombard 48. See what Machiavelli says of the destruction of the old Florentine nobility in History of Florence, Book 3, right? The citizens of the new republic were not inclined to take a law that established the use of judicial combat, and those institutions clung to the customs and the usage of chivalry. So that's the idea. The Romans were not used to doing this the personal combat and things like this. As the clergy, so powerful at the time, lived almost entirely under Roman law. The number of those who followed the law of Lombardy had grown even smaller. So the dominance of the church, in other words, Italy, led to the fact that most people lived under Roman law. The church lived under Roman law, so most people did, and that the nobility shrank and shrank and shrank. Those who lived under the Burgundian law, the laws of Lombard, the Germanic tribes of chivalry, and that's it. Moreover, the laws of the Lombard had not the majesty of Roman right, which reminded Italy of the idea of its dominion of the whole world. Nor was their laws as extensive. So the laws were simpler. The Roman law was very extensive. This is the Justinian Code, Justinian law. The Roman right was ever extensive. Where the Lombard law was more simple, and therefore was not as extensive, right? And Roman, as he says, it remembered the empire, right? Lombard, in other words, only the laws of Lombard and Roman could be used to supplement statutes in the towns that had been set up as republics. Now, which could better supplement them? The laws of the Lombards, which enacted only for certain cases, or Roman law, which included them all. So, therefore, in other words, Roman law was more extensive, more complete, more extensive. My hands are missing. You don't see my hands because the windows are shorter. Shorter window, okay. Much more extensive, and because of that, Roman law was in republics was better. Very code laws didn't have all cases, or this more elaborated law that had everything at rest. Therefore, the republics, the self-governing republics, or the republics that replaced the rules of the very Lombardish nobility, tended to shoot Roman law. Chapter 7, how the Roman light was lost in Spain. So therefore, this is how Roman light was lost in Spain. Things went otherwise in Spain. The laws of the Visigoths triumphed, and the Roman law was lost. So the Visigoth law was the triumph. Chindus Bonath and Risenuth prescribed the Roman laws and did not even permit them to be cited in tribunal. So they refused to allow them. These two kings, these two rulers, prescribed the Roman law. This is the Visigoths. Now, the Visigoths, remember, the Visigoths is very interesting. The Visigoths, which earlier he said that they, had simple laws, but then there was a roughness to this, right? And prohibited Roman law from being centered. Rutherford was also the author of the laws that lifted the prohibition on marriage between Goths and Romans. So therefore, before there was rules to stop this, but he also stopped that, right? This is 51. Yeah, okay. Let's look at 50. Rismuth. When he wanted to be tormentor no longer either by foreign laws or Roman laws, right? He wanted consistent law. And he says, marriage shall be permitted between a Goth man and a Roman woman, and a Roman man and a Goth woman. In other words, he just got rid of the restraints of this, the separation. It is clear that these two laws had the same spirit. This king wanted to remove the principal causes of separation of Goths and Romans. Now that it was thought that nothing separated them more than forbidding marriage, to be contracted between them and permitting them to live under different laws. But through the king of the Visigoth prescribed Roman right, it continued to exist in the domains that they possessed in southern Gaul. These countries, far from the center of the monarchy, were very independent. So therefore, this is 52. See in Cassiodorus the defense shown to them by Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoth, the most highly reputed prince of the time. Right, they were independent. They were like far away from and therefore this. One sees in the history of Wamba, who ascended to the throne in 672, that the natives of the country gained the upper hand. 53. The rebellion of these provinces widespread. It appears that in the judgment that was a consequence of the event. Paulus and his adherents were Romans. They were even favored by the bishops. Wamba did not dare put to death the seditious men he had conquered. The author of the history of Wamba calls Narbondensi in Gaul the nursery of pedifery. Right, right. So that they couldn't, once he got the upper hand, thus Roman law had more authority there and Gothic law less. Spanish law suited neither the manners nor the present situation, right? Perhaps the people even clung to Roman law because they attached it to the idea of liberty, which is interesting. In other words, that freedom to autonomy from that submission under that. There is more. The laws of Chinbud and Rithwood contained frightful provisions against the Jews, but these Jews were powerful in southern Gaul. The author of the history of King Wamba calls these provinces the brothel of the Jews, where the Saracen when the Saracen entered these provinces, they had to be summoned. Now, who could have summoned them there but the Jews, or the Romans? Right? Who could have summoned them? The Goths were the first to be oppressed because they were the dominant nation. But one sees in Procopius, the Goths who survived the slaughter went out from Gaul with their wives and children. They were received into Spain by the Thundius, who was by now a magnificent tyrant. Right. That their calamities, they withdrew from Narbonne Gaul to Spain. In this misfortune, they doubtless took refuge in those parts of Spain that still defended themselves, and the number of those who lived under the laws of the Visigoth in southern Gaul was much reduced. Therefore, there was the Saracen went there, and the Saracen, and all of a sudden, it was the Gauls who were targeted, and the Gauls who fled, therefore, went to Spain, and therefore they stayed there, and therefore the number of Gauls living in that southern, in that part, the laws of the Visigoths in southern Gaul was much reduced. A false chapter 8 of false capulatory rule. It did not the wretched compiler Deacon Benedict change the Visigoth law forbidding the use of a Roman right into a capulatory attributed to Charlemagne. So in other words, 55 that this conspiracy attributed to Charlemagne. He made of that particular law a general law, as if he wanted to exterminate Roman right throughout the universe. So therefore, this compiler made this as like a claim of Charlemagne that make this a universal principle in that sense. Chapter 9: How the codes of law of the barbarians and the capitularies were lost. The Salic, Ripudian, Burgundian, Visigoth laws ceased little by little to be used among the French. This is how it happens. Only for in other words, these laws, the Salic, the Ripudian, Burgundian, and Visigoth laws were ceased to be used little by little among the French, and this is how it happened. The fief had become hereditary, and under fief were extended. Many usages were introduced to those to which these laws no longer applied. Indeed, because remember, these laws were very vague. They didn't have general rules. They were simple laws, right? The original laws were kind of simple, and because they were simple, they couldn't address issues. These issues were new, and therefore new laws emerged under it, right? Indeed, their spirit, which was regulated most business with fines, were retained. So therefore, their spirit of let's do this, let's resolve things through fines, fiscus, pecuniary laws, right? Money, right? This was kept, but the values had doubtless changed. Fines were changed, and one sees many charters. Let's see what's Charter 56. Mr. at the end has collected a number of them. For example, chapter 66, 61, and others of his lists of things, right? The commentaries of these things. Many charters in which the lords set fines that had to be paid in their tribunals. Thus, one followed the spirit of the laws without following the law itself. So, therefore, the spirit of fine, we're going to penalty mostly by fiscal means, not by bodily means. And therefore, but the laws themselves were changed. So the spirit was kept, but the laws were, but without the laws, following the laws itself. Besides, as French was divided into an infinity small lordships, which recognized feudal dependency rather than political dependency. So, in other words, that it was divided into an infinity of small lordships that recognized feudal dependency rather than political dependency. It would have been difficult for a single law to have authority. Indeed, one could not have seen to its enforcement. So therefore, because the laws were it was disunity. There was not a unified central political power. There was, in other words, there was no central political power. It was that there was a central political power, but it was weak, and that the feudal holders had greater power and more strength and more autonomy, and they were the enforcers, right? The usage of sending special officers into the province to keep an eye on the administration of justice and political business had almost vanquished. It even appears in the charters that when a new fief was established, the king gave up the right of sending them. In other words, thus, when almost everything had become fiefs, there was no longer any employment for the officers. There were no longer a law held in common because there was no one to enforce it. So therefore, there was no common law because a law common to everyone because there was no enforcement of it. That and the new fiefs that were created often removed did not have an officer to enforce it. Right, the king surrendered it. Thus, the Stalic, Burgundian, and Visigoth laws were seriously neglected at the end of the reign of the Carolinians, and at the beginning of that of the Capetians, they were almost never mentioned. Under the Merovingians and the Carolinians, one often assembled the nation, that is, the lords and bishops. It was not yet a question of the commons. In these assemblies, one sought to regulate the clergy, a body which was formed, so to speak, under the conquerors, and which had established its prerogatives. The laws made in these assemblies are those we call capuletaries. These rules that are just done. So four things happen. The laws of therefore the bishops and the lords, right? The two lords, they regulate. In other words, there's no commons. The lords and the bishops, right? And those assemblies, one sought to regulate the clergy, right? The things, and they were under the laws of the conquerors, which established its prerogatives. The laws made their assemblies the capitulate, like the capuletaries. Now these were. Let's look at this again in the dictionary. The royal commands, right? Like a tort, not torts, but like writs in that sense, right? This is where we can maybe see that capitulataries are the source of writs. That'd be an interesting argument. Are in English law capitulatories, right? English law writs, right? Just take a note. So four things happen. The laws of fiefs were established, and a great part of the goods of the church was governed by the laws of fiefs, the church laws like that. The ecclesiastics were further separated, and they neglected the laws for reform. 58, yes. Let not the bishops, on the pretense that they have authority to make canons, oppose this constitution or neglect it, says Charles de Bald in the Capacity. It has already. It seems he already foresaw their downfall. the power of the bishops in that sense, right? So they neglected the law of reform that when they were not the sole reformers. The canon. So that's another thing. So therefore, the first part is the fiefs governed it, and therefore the laws of the fief established this, and that the ecclesiastics were further separated from the neglected laws of reform, which they were not the sole reformers. The canons of the synods and the decretals of the pope were collected, and the clergy accepted these laws as coming from the purer source. Therefore, the laws, in other words, instead of the previous Roman law, the pure source of the sense. Um, the churchmen, the pope became the decrees of the synods and the decrees of the pope were collected, and the clergy accepted these laws as coming from a pure source. After the great fiefs had been set up, the kings, as I have said, no longer sent deputies into the provinces to see to their enforcement of the laws they issued. Thus, under the Capetians, there was no longer talk of capitulators. So, therefore, the Capetian kings didn't send officials in there. So, therefore, what happened was that the church law, the church rules, and these rules became canon law. Which again, he says that the laws of the fiefs were established, and these great parts of goods of the church were governed by the laws of these fiefs. The ecclesiastics were further separated from the rules of they neglected reform when they were not the sole reformers, and they followed the canons of the synod and the decrees of the popes because they were seen as pure, right? And after a time, the kings, set up the kings of the Capetian, didn't send their enforcers, didn't send caprices anymore. Therefore, that these things ceased to be in these territories, right? Chapter 10, the continuation of the subject. A number of capitories were added to the laws of Lombard, the Salic laws, and the laws of the Bavarians. The reason for this had been sought. It must have been taken from the thing itself. The capricitaries were of several kinds. Some related to political government, others related to economic government, and most to ecclesiastical government. A few to civil government. So therefore, this is some related to civil government, others to economic government, most to ecclesiastical government, so they're probably ecclesiastical, but a few to civil government, the governments of the civil laws, right, the cities and things like that. We may say municipal. To the last kind were added, in other words, those of the last kind were added to the civil laws, that is, to the personal laws of each nation. That is why it is said that is why it is said in the Capitularies that nothing in them was stipulated against Roman law. Right. This is 60 C Incurium Pistarum. Right. Indeed, those concerning economics, ecclesiastical, political government did not relate to this law, and those concerning civil government related only to the laws of the barbarian peoples, which were explained, corrected, enlarged, and diminished. Right. So therefore, they modified the existing the peoples of the barbarian peoples. But adding capitories to the personal law caused the neglect. By adding capitories to personal laws, caused the neglect of Roman right in that sense. Right. I believe of the body of capitories, these capitories themselves, they neglected them, right? Because by adding the capitories to personal law, this led to neglect of these writs, these decrees of the central government. In times of ignorance, the summary of a work often brings about the decline of the work itself. So, in other words, in times of ignorance, that summary of the work, summary of a work brings. In time of ignorance, a summary of it brings about the decline of the whole work itself. So this is his point about this, the capacity, these writs, these capitories, these royal decrees. Chapter 11. Okay, this is other causes for the downfall of the law of the Code of Barbarians of barbarians of Roman light and of the capacitors. When the Germanic nations conquered the Roman Empire, they found writing in use there, and in imitation of the Romans, they drew up all their usages in writing and arranged them into codes. Unfortunately, the unfortunate reigns following the reign of Charlemagne and the incursions of the Normans and the intestine wars plunged the various nations back into the shadows they had left. Reading and writing were forgotten. So therefore, reading and writing Latin was forgotten, lost. Charlemagne and this thing of they came there. They conquered the Germans. The Germans conquered the Romans. They had they imitated. They put everything in. They put everything in lighting. But then reading and writing was lost. Right as the wars came, the incursions of the Normans, intestine wars. This caused written barbarian laws, Roman light, and capitulations to be forgotten in France and Germany. So therefore, the decline of knowledge, the Dark Ages, right? The use of writing was better preserved in Italy, where the popes and the Greek emperors reigned, and where they were flourishing towns and almost the only commerce of the time. The proximity of Italy caused Roman rite to be better preserved in the regions of Gaul, formerly subject to the Goths and Burgundians. The more so because this right was a territorial law and a kind of privilege. It is likely that ignorance of writing caused the decline of Visigoth laws in Spain, the Visigoths laws in Spain. So therefore, it was preserved because of the knowledge of writing, commerce, and trade of Italy, because, of course, the Pope and the Christian emperors kept this and trade was there. This was still there, and therefore Roman right was preserved. But then what happened was in Italy, Spain far away, the lack of writing and ignorance came, and therefore the decline of Visigoth laws in Spain. And with the fall of so many laws, customs were formed everywhere. So therefore, when the written laws were lost, then customs replaced them. Personal law declined. So the laws of settlements and what was called Frida. I shall speak of this elsewhere in Book 30 in chapter 14, right? I didn't get you maybe. Were more regulated by custom than by the text of these laws of custom. Settlements that were called Frida, these were more done by these laws. Thus, just as the establishment of the monarchy in Germany, usages passed into written law, some centuries later, written law returned to unwritten usages. So therefore, the written laws then returned to custom. Okay, unwritten usages, custom. So what was the establishment of monarchies that were passed into written laws under the original point? Then what happened was these written laws then became passed, and what was survived of them passed into custom. Chapter 12 of local customs, the revolution of the laws of the barbarian peoples and that of Roman life. Many records shows us that there were already local customs under the Burgundian and Carolinians. In them, local customs. Okay. These terms, local customs, old usage, customs, laws, and customs are mentioned. So these laws. Some authors believe that what was called custom were the laws of the barbarian people, and that what was called law was Roman right. I shall prove that this cannot be so. King Pippin ordered that wherever there was no law, custom should be followed, but that custom would not. But that custom would not be preferred to law. 67. This is the laws of. Right? Now, to say that Roman right had preference over the codes of law of the barbarians is to go against all of the old records, and chiefly against those codes of law of the barbarians that continually to say the opposite. So therefore, that law should privilege when there's no law, custom, but if there is law, law. And this is what all the the codes of those laws assert, right? Far from these customs being the law of barbarian peoples, these very laws, being personal laws, introduce customs. So therefore, these laws, because they are personal laws, they introduce customs. Salic law, for example, was a personal law affecting persons, laws that affecting persons, people's behavior. But in places inhabited generally or mostly by Silesian flanks, the Salic law, personal though it was, became territorial law in relation to these Salian flanks. and it was personal only for the Franks living elsewhere. So therefore, it became, in other words, with areas dominated by these people, it became the law of the territory. Elsewhere, when they weren't the dominant people, they were laws governed by this whole population is of all of them. Therefore, the territory is governed by this, in that sense. But when they were, but it was personal for Franks only living elsewhere. Right? Now, some Burgundians and alumni and even Romans had had, oft, had often had business in a place where Salic law was territorial. That business would have been decided by the laws of these people. A business would have been decided by the laws of those people, right? And a great number of judgments in conformity with some of these laws had to have introduced new usages into those countries. So, given that this was the custom of this he's saying this is how it evolved. In other words, then all of a sudden, these other people came there, and they had and that they were still subject under their laws. The rule was, and that therefore this modified customs in the territory, right? A great number of judgments in conformity with some of these laws had to be introduced in new usages in that country. And this explains Pippin's constitution very well. It was natural for those usages to affect local Frank in cases that were not decided by Salic law. But it was not natural for them to be able to prevail over Salic law. In other words, if the Salic law did not have a specific case, that this was case and that this was law like this, that these foreigners came in there and it's in a specific case that it would not triumph over them. It was okay. This had to be done by this way, and it became then therefore the rules and customs adapted for this, and then he says that it was in other words, the local cases were not decided by Salic law. In fact, local Franks in cases that were not divided. But it was not natural for them to be able to prevail over all the Salic law. Thus, there was in certain place a dominant law. An accepted usage served to supplement the dominant law when it did not run counter to it. So therefore, in other words, these things could supplement it as long as it did not run counter to the whole law. So the whole law would be dominant in that sense, and then therefore they could accepted usages, customs could in other words, law would dominate. Customs could woo when there's no law that this custom does not dominate to this. And therefore, it was the idea that everyone is governed by their own thing. It was a custom, not a law. It could even happen that they served as supplements to a law that was not territorial. And to continue this same example, if the place where Salic law was territorial, a Burgundian was judged by the laws of the Burgund, and if the case was not to be found in the text of that law, there must be no doubt that it was judged by the following of local custom. So the case was not judged by the understanding, then the local custom should dictate it. So that sense, if there's no Burgundian law that deals with this situation, then local custom should have to do it. In the time of King Pippin, the custom that had been formed had less force than the law. So therefore, the customs that have been formed at the time of Pippin, the laws had more force than the custom. But soon those customs destroyed the laws. And the new regulations are always remedies pointing to the present ill. One can believe that in Pippin's time, customs had already begun to be preferred to laws. So even though Pippin, they were like this, but even in Pippin time, that all of a sudden, what he says, that when soon customs destroy the laws, and new regulations are always dealing with permanent, new rule regulations and decisions are going to always be dealing with present enmities. And therefore, even at Pippin's time, customs had already begun to be referred to laws. What I have said, how from the earliest times Roman right began to become a territorial law, and as can be seen in the Edictive Pistis, and how the Gothic law did not cease being used there, as been shown by the Synod of Tours, as I have mentioned. Roman law had become the greatest personal law, and Gothic law the particular personal law consequently. The Roman law was a territorial law, and therefore Roman law was a territorial law, and that this was the particular personal law. So Roman law was the Gothic law became the particular personal law, and the Roman law the territorial law. But how But how did it happen that ignorance made the personal laws of the barbarians decline everywhere, whereas Roman right continued to exist as non-territorial law in the Visigoths and Burgundian provinces? Therefore, if ignorance all of a sudden made everything collapse, made the barbarians forget their rules, why didn't it also lead to Roman law becoming laws? I reply that even Roman law had about the same fate as other personal laws. So personal laws, in other words, when it's Roman law or this is personal law, the personal laws lost their memory. If not, we would still have the Theodosian Code in the provinces where Roman law was territorial, whereas we find the law of Justinian in them. All about that remained in these provinces were the name, the country of Roman, or of written right. The love of the peoples have for their laws, particularly when they regard it as a privilege, and some provisions of Roman right that men still remembered. So therefore they remembered them, they maintained them, they thought it was a privilege. So therefore he says that about all that remained of these provinces were the name, the country of Roman or written right. The love of the people for their laws, right? The people have attachment to them, and particularly when they regard it as a privilege or some kind, or some provision of Roman life they still remember. But this was enough to result in the acceptance as written law, the compilation of Justinian when it appeared in the provinces that were the domain of Goths and Burgundians, whereas it was accepted only as written reasoning in the former domains of the Franks. In other words, there was in the Goths and the Burgundians who had no knowledge of this. They see this remaining Justinian code. It becomes the law, right? It becomes accepted. Whereas in the Franks, with the domains of the Franks, with that, it was accepted only as written, a form of reasoning, an argument of this. The difference, chapter 13, the difference between the Salic law and the laws of Salatian Franks and the laws of the Rupudian Franks and other barbarian peoples. The Salic law did not admit the use of negative proof. That under Salic law, the one who had made a declaration or an accusation had to prove it. So no negative proof. That you had to have a certain proof. You had to prove it, and it was not enough for the accused to deny it. This conforms to the laws of almost all nations of the world. In other words, it was not enough for the accused to deny it. This custom conforms to the laws of all nations. You had to prove something. They had to prove it. This was the case. The laws of the Rupudian Franks had the entire different spirit. 69. This relates to what Tacitus said, that the German peoples had some custom usage and some particular usages, right? Had some common usages and particular usages, right? Had a different spirit. It was satisfied with negative proofs. And the one against whom a declaration or accusation was made, in most cases, vindicated himself. This is D, right? This D justifia. Vindicated himself by swearing along with a certain number of witnesses that he had not done what was imputed to him. The number of witnesses who had to swear increased with the importance of the thing. Sometimes it was as high as 72. The laws of the Elimundi, Bavarians, Burgundians, and those of the Frisians, Saxons, Lombards, and Rebatians were made on the same plan as those of the Rupardians. So therefore, there's other ones follow this Rupardian principle, Rupardian Frank. That you had negative proofs, and all these other places had this. And the number of people who swear, and other people saying, this is not the case, negative proofs, or varied on this sense, right? I have said that Salic law did not admit negative proofs. There was, however, one case in which it was the one in which a trust on and to trust on. What is this? Okay, this is going to be a pain in the ass. We'll check. No definition. that is a vassal of the king, okay, a trust on as a vassal of the king, and whom one assumes a greater frankness was accused. Okay, this is of that. But in this case, it did not admit them alone and without concurrent positive proof. So this, in other words, the Salic law admitted on one case that was someone who was basically someone touched the king, and that even that it didn't, even in this case did not admit them alone without concurrent positive proofs. The complainant had as witnesses heard in order to establish his declaration. 73. See this in the pact of this. His declaration. The accused had his witnesses heard to vindicate himself, and the judge sought the truth in both set of testimonies. Therefore, this practice was quite different than that of the Rupertians and other barbaric laws, where the accused man vindicated himself by swearing that he was not guilty, and by having his relatives swear that he had told the truth. These laws could be suitable only to a people with a certain simplicity and natural candor. The legislature even had to anticipate their abuse, as will shortly be seen, right? This is this idea. Chapter 14, another difference. The Salic law did not permit proof. The Salic law did not permit proof as by single combat. The laws of the Rupertians and those of all the barbarian peoples accepted it. So Salic law did not accept single combat. The Rupertians and the barbarian peoples accepted it. It appears to me the laws of combat was a natural consequence of and remedy for the law that established negative proof. So therefore, negative proof, that and right of combat. When one made a declaration and saw that it was going to be unjustly evaded by an oath, what could a warrior do who saw himself about to be confuted? This spirit was indeed in the Rex Rubata. Right, I'm going to be confuted, but asked satisfaction for the injury done him and for the perjury itself. In other words, the Salic law, which did not admit the use of negative proof, did not need proof by combat and did not accept it. But the laws of the Rupertians and that of the other barbarian peoples who accepted the use of negative proofs were forced to establish proof by combat. So he accepted negative proof that I was swearing I didn't do it. Therefore, this was this. I beg that one read the two famous provisions of Gumbard in the Lex Bombardian concerning criminal affairs, also concerning civil affairs. Also see the laws of Tugindians, right, in this sense. And he gives the citations to this. So therefore, the laws of Gumbard. King of Burgundy on this subject. One will see that they are drawn from the nature of the thing. In other words, that once you accept the negative proofs, then you have to accept personal contract. According to the language of the barbarian laws, the oath had to be removed from the hands of the man who wanted to abuse it. According to the Lombards, the laws of Rothus omitted cases in which one who had defended himself by an oath was not also to undergo the hardship of combat. This you should spread. This you should spread. We shall later see what evils resulted from it and how people had to return to the former practice of not reflection. 15 chapter of reflection. We're not even halfway there, right? This is going to be a long slog through this. I do not say that in the changes made to the code of the barbarians, the provisions that were added to it, or to the body of the capitary, some texts cannot be found in which, in fact, proof sent by combat is not a consequence of negative proof. Particular circumstances could, over the course of several centuries, cause certain particular laws to be established. I am speaking of the general spirit of the German laws, their nature and their origins. I am speaking of the old usages of these people. The old usage these peoples indicated or established by these laws. And this is the only question that is addressed here. So he's restricting it to this question of usage and custom and how this thing emerged. There might be some cases where it wasn't because of this, but for the most part, the general principle held of that. Chapter 16. On the proof by which boiling water was established by Salic law. The proof by boiling water was this example of this. Salic law admitted the usage of the proof of boiling water. And as this ordeal was quite cruel, the law was tempered in order to soften its strictness. It permitted, upon the consent of the other party, relief to the one whose citation required him to endure the proof by boiling water. The accuser, by means of a certain sum fixed by law, could be satisfied by the oath of several witnesses who declared that the accused had not committed the crimes. And this was a particular case of the Salic law in which the negative proof was admitted, so the boiling water. Right? This proof was an agreement allowed by the law, but not ordered by it. It was, in other words, this proof was this negative proof was permitted by it, but not ordered by it. The law gave a certain compensation to the accuser who wanted to permit the accused to defend himself by negative proof. The accuser was free to rely on the oath of the accused, as he was free to forgive the injury or the fault. So therefore, I'm the accused. Okay, you can do. I'm not going to make you go by the boiling water. You can pay to do this. The law offered a tempering, so that before the judgment, both parties, the one fear a terrible ordeal, and the other, with a view of to a small present compensation, might terminate their dispute and end their hatred. One feels that once this negative proof was given, there did not have to be another, and that thus the practice of combat could not be a consequence of this particular provision of substance. So there was no combat here in this sense. If you once you did this thing of this, and therefore this combat had to be removed in this situation, right? Chapter 17, the way of thinking of our fathers. One is astonished to see that our fathers thus made the honor, fortune, and life of the citizen depend on things that belonged less to the province, the province. Okay, this is the resort province, the province of reason, than to that of chance. Then they constantly used proof that did not prove, and were likened neither to innocent nor to the crime. So therefore our ancestors were to the province of reason that belonged less to the province of reason than to chance. So therefore, like this, things relied more on chance, and that they constantly used proofs that did not prove, and were linked neither to innocence nor to the crime. Right? The Germans, who had never been subjugated, enjoys an extreme independence. Families waged war on one another over murders, robberies, and insults. This custom was modified by putting these war under regulation. They were waged by, in other words, they were never been subjugated. They never had things or independence, and therefore murders, robberies, and insults. Families would wage war on each other, and therefore they sought to regulate them. Right? They waged by order of the magistrate under his eyes. Therefore, they regulated that they were okayed under a magistrate under his eyes, which was preferable to a general license to do harm to one another. As the Turks today in their civil wars regard the first victory as a judgment of God who decides, so in their individual business, the German peoples took the outcomes of combat as a mandate of providence, ever mindful to punish criminals or the usurper, mindful to punish criminals and the usurper. So therefore, the war, conflict, that there was judgment, that this was a punished conflict was a judgment of God, providence. Tacitus says that among the Germans, when one nation wanted to begin a war with another, they sought to capture someone whom could do battle with one of their own, and that the success of the war was judged by the outcome of this battle. People who believed that single combat would settle public business could well have thought that it could also rule on disputes between individuals, right? In other words, this custom that the Germans could use, that they would pick overboard, and it's okay, this would settle disputes. They could then think that this would settle personal disputes. Gundobad, the king of Burgundy, was of all kings the one who gave authority to the use of combat. This prince explains in his laws that in the law itself, it is, he said, so that our subjects will no longer take oaths concerning obscure details, and will not perjure themselves concerning deeds. Thus, whereas the ecclesiastics declared impious the laws permitting combat, the laws of Burgundy regarded as sacrilege the one establishing the oath. Therefore, the oaths, the oaths. In other words, the ecclesiastics were in person come as impious. The Burgundians regarded the sacrilegious, the idea of oaths, that they purged themselves. By proof by single combat had a certain reason founded on experience. In a nation's concerned uniquely with war, cowardice presumed other vices. It proves that one resisted the education one had been given, and that one has not been, and that one has not been sensitive to the honor, or had been led by the principles that have governed other men. In other words, honor and things like this. It shows that one does not fear their scorn, and that one cares not at all for their esteem. So cowardice. If one were well born, one would ordinarily not lack the deftness that should be joined with force, or the force that should be accompanied by courage. For by esteeming honor, one will have exercised all one's life in those things without which it cannot be obtained. In other words, moreover, in a warrior nation where force, courage, and prowess are honored, the truly odious crimes are those that arise from cheating, shrewdness, and deceit. That is, from cowardice. Right? This is this idea. As for proof by fire, after the accused had put his hand on a hot iron or a boiling water, the hand was wrapped in a sack that was then sealed. 3 days later, if no sign of burning appeared, one was declared innocent. Who does not see that among people practiced in the art of handling arms, their coarse and callous skin would not sufficiently receive the impressions of a hot iron or the boiling water to appear there 3 days later? In other words, if you were a tough guy, you're wearing it, your skin is so callous, so you do like that. Okay, so war people, in other words, a nice gentle person or something like this would not do that. They'd have calluses, right? Or they would have not calluses; they would be a burn, right? And if it appeared, it was a sign that one undergoing the ordeal was effeminate. Our peasants, with their callous hands, handled hot irons at will. And as for women, their hands of those who worked could resist the hot irons. The ladies had no lack of champions to defend them. In a nation where there was no luxury, there was scarcely any middle state. Right? There's no luxury. There's no state in this situation. By the laws of the Burgundian, a woman accused of adultery was condemned to the ordeal by burning water only when no one presented himself as a champion. The laws of the Burgundian admitted this ordeal only when no witness were found to vindicate the accused. But a woman whom none of her relatives wanted to defend, or a man whom could bring forward no witness to his property, was by this alone already convicted. Therefore, I say that in the circumstances of the time, when proofs by combat and proof by hot iron and boiling water were usages, there was such an agreement between the laws and the mores that the laws less produced injustice than they were unjust. In other words, they produced less injustice than they were unjust. That the effects were more innocent than the causes. That they ran more counter to fairness than they violated rights, that they were more unreasonable than tyrannical. So therefore this idea that when the people were simpler, that they were like this, and that these conditions that he met justify this. Chapter 18, how proof by combat was extended. One could conclude that from the letter of Argobod to Louis the Pious that proof by combat was not in use among the Franks, for he asks that suits in Burgundy be judged by the laws of the Franks, after one again showing that princes showing that prince that abuse of the law of Gunderbad. But since judicial combat was in use in France at that time, as one also knows, the conclusion is awkward. This is explained by what I have said, that the laws of Salic Franks did not admit this proof, and that the Reprudian Franks accepted it. Right. But in spite of the clamor of the ecclesiastics, the use of judicial combat spread daily in France, and I shall shortly prove that they themselves largely gave rise to it. That they themselves, the ecclesiastics, that prove that they themselves largely gave rise to it. Right? Who this inclusion for the laws of Lombardy furnishes us this proof. A detestable custom was introduced long ago, as was said in the preamble of the Constitution of Otto II. This is that if the character that if the a charter of some inheritance be attacked as false, he who presented the charter sworn on the Gospels that it was true, and without any preliminary judgment he made himself the owner of the inheritance. These perjurers were sure to acquire. So therefore, this idea of this negative proof that this things like this is again taking the case of this. The perjurers were going to acquire. When the Emperor Otto I was crowned in Rome at the time of Pope John XII was holding a council, there was an outcry among all the lords of Italy for the emperor to make a law to correct this shameful abuse. The Pope and the Emperor judged that the business had to be remanded to the council that was to be held shortly at Ravenna. So this council of Ravenna, this idea of this 67, right? It was proclaimed by the Prince of Italy that the Holy Emperor, in changing the law, would destroy a shameful crime, right? Yeah, it was held in 677, presence of John Pope and both the emperor. Right. There, the lords had made the same declaration and redoubled their outcries, but on the pretext of the absence of certain persons, the suit was once again postponed. When Otto II and Conrad, the king of Burgundy, arrived in Italy, they conferred in Verona with the lords of Italy, and they reiterated, and on their reiterated insistence, the emperor, by unanimous consent, made a law saying that a suit would be decided by combat when there were contested inheritance, and that when one party wanted to use a charter that the other party claimed to be false, that the same rules would be observed when it was a question of fiefs, that the church would be subject to the same law, and that their battles would be done by champions. One can see that the nobility asked. For by proof of combat, because of the drawback of the proof introduced by the churches. That in spite of the outcry of nobility, in spite of the abuses which itself cried out, in spite of the authority of Otto, who came to Italy in order to speak and act as master, the clergy held firm in two synods. That as collaboration of the nobility and the princes forced the ecclesiastics to concede, the use of judicial combat would be regarded as a privilege of nobility, as a rampart against injustice, and as a security for its property, and that from this time on the practice would spread. As this happened at the time when the emperors were gray and the popes were weak, at a time when Otto came to Italy and to reestablish the rank of the empire. So therefore the emperor made this rule, this made this imposed upon the principal and the ecclesiastic. I shall make a reflection that will confirm what I've said above, that the establishment of negative proofs brought in a train of the jurisprudence of combat. Negative proof brings the abuse complained of it to Otto. The abuse complained of to the Ottos was that a man to whom one had objected that his charter was false defended himself with a negative proof by declaring on the Gospels that it was not false. what was done to correct the abuse of the law that had been so mutated? The use of combat was reestablished. Right? So that's okay. I have hastened to speak of the Constitution of Otto II in order to give a clear idea of the contentions of those times between the clergy and the laymen. Before this, there had been the Constitution of Luther this first, 102, right? Luther the First, who, on the same complaints and the same contentions, wanting to secure the ownership of the goods, had ordered that the notary would swear that his charter was not false, and that if he were dead, the witness who had signed it would be made to swear to it. But the ill still remained. There had to be recourse to the remedy that I've just mentioned. So that Luther created this right of negative proof, and therefore this is why he did it for greed, and therefore this led to this problem, this ill. I find that before this time, in the general assemblies held by Charlemagne, the nation represented to him that in this state of things it was quite difficult for the accuser or the accused not to commit perjury, and that it was better to reestablish judicial combat, which is what he did. So therefore, it was, again, judicial combat would be doing that, Charlemagne. Right? The use of judicial combat spread among the Burgundians, and the use of the oath was limited there. Theodoric, king of Italy, abolished single combat among Theodoric, king of Italy, abolished single combat along with the Ostrogoths. The law of Chilnasuth and Erithus apparently wanted to remove even the idea of it, but these laws were so little accepted in the Narbonne that their combat was regarded as a prerogative of the Goths. Right, this idea. The Lombards, who conquered Italy after the destruction of the Ostrogoths by the Greeks, in other words, the Greeks destroyed the Ostrogoths, brought the usage of combat into the country, so the Lombards, but their first laws restricted it. Charlemagne, Louis the Pious, and the Ottos made various general constitutions that are found inserted in the laws of the Lombards and added to the Stalic laws, which extended dueling first into criminal suits and then later into civil suits. One did not know what to do. The negative proof by an oath had drawbacks, and that by combat had them also. One changed as one was more struck by those of the former, or by those of the latter. So therefore, these two principles both had drawbacks, right? On the one hand, the ecclesiastics took pleasure in seeing that all the secular business one had recourse to the church and to altars. And the other, a proud nobility liked to maintain its right by the sword. So therefore, they're seeing that in secular business, one had right to churches and altars, and then the nobility to the sword. Right, the clergy wanted to rely on the churches and the altar, and the clergy. So therefore, this tension. So therefore, oaths and sword. And therefore the tension between the clergy and the nobility. I do not say that it was the clergy introduces this usage, of which the nobility complained. This custom derived from the spirit of the laws of the barbarians and from the establishment of negative proofs. But if this practice of procuring immunity for so many criminals caused it to be thought of as the sanctuary of the churches, that the sanctuary of the churches had to be used to stun the guilty, and to make those who committed perjury blanche, the ecclesiastics supported the usage and the practice joined to it. For they were in all else opposed to negative proofs, right? For they were in all cases opposed to negative proofs. So they didn't mind it doing this because it says that they had to turn to the church, right? They didn't like negative proofs, but they didn't, We see in Bundemore that these proofs were never admitted in the ecclesiastical tribunals, which doubtless contributed greatly to their decline and to the weakening of the provisions of the code of laws of the barbarians in this regard. So therefore, this is the church ecclesiastical rules didn't like negative proofs. and therefore this is why those provisions in the Code of Barbarians were weakened. This will also give a sense of the bond between the use of negative proofs and that of judicial combat, of which I've spoken at such length. The lay tribunals admired the one and the other, and the clerical tribunal rejected both. So lay tribunals admired both of these, the negative proofs and judicial combat. So clerical tribunals rejected both, right? In the choice of proof by combat, the nation followed its genius for war. So therefore, you proved the nation. For at the same time that one established combat as a judgment of God, one abolished the proof by the cross, cold water and boiling water, which had been regarded as judgments of God. Right. So therefore, this is interesting. Combat establishes combat as a judgment of God, and one abolished the other proofs by the cross, the cold water, and boiling water, which had also been regarded as judgment of God. Charlemagne ordered that if some difference arose among his children, it should be terminated by a judgment of the cross. Louis the Pious limited his judgment to ecclesiastical business. His son Luther abolished it in every case. He likewise abolished the proof by cold water. I do not say that in a time when so few usages were universally received, these proofs were not brought up again in some churches, the more so because of a charter of Philip Augustus mentions them. But I say that they were little used. They might occur again because Philip Augustus mentions them, but they were not common, he's saying. Bunamore, who lived at the time of Louis the Pious and a little time after, enumerated different kinds of proofs, speaks of judicial combat and not at all of the others. Chapter 19. A new reason for the eclipse of Salic laws, Roman laws, and the capitularies, the kings of the king's kingdom. As I've already said, the reason for the loss of authorities of Salic laws, Roman law, and the capitularies. I've given reasons for this. Now I shall add the great extension of the proof of combat was little principal cause of it. So therefore, combat was not the real cause for this, as I say. Salic laws, which did not admit of that usage, more or less declined. Roman laws, which did not admit it either, likewise perished. One thought only of giving form to the laws of judicial combat and making a good jurisprudence from it. One only thought of this. In other words, he's saying, I didn't misread that. I shall add, in other words, that the combat led to as the use of judicial combat increased. This also led to a reason why these things, Salic law, because Salic law, Roman law, and these things opposed those things. So one thought of only giving form of law of judicial combat and making good jurisprudence from it. The provisions of capitularies likewise became usage. Thus, many laws lost their authority, and no one can point to the moment when they lost it. They were forgotten, and one finds no other that took their place. Such a nation where no need for written laws, and its written laws were quite easily ellipsed. Therefore, in such a nation, there's core codes, they lost their and law. In other words, honor was that, and therefore custom ruled, and therefore there's no need for written laws, and therefore written laws were easily ellipsed. There was some disputes between parties. Combat was ordered, for there did not have to be much competence, right? No competence. All civil and criminal actions came down to deeds. It was over these deeds that one fought, and it was not only ground for the suit that judged by the combat; it was also the circumstances and the interlocutory judgments, according to Bunamore, who gave examples of them. In that sense, and not only the issue of the dispute, but also the grounds of the suit was judged by combat, and the circumstances and the judgments. All this was given examples of this. I find that at the beginning of the reigns of the Capetians, jurisprudence was entirely in the proceedings. All was governed by the point of honor. If one had not obeyed the judge would pursue the offense. At Burgos, If the provost had summoned someone and he did not come, the former would say, I sent you, you scorned to come, give me satisfaction for your scorn. And they fought. Louis the Fat reformed this custom. Right? This is again custom. This is idea. Judicial combat was in use in Orleans, and all the claims. Judicial combat was in use in Orleans, and all the claims in all claims concerning debts. Louis the Young declared that this custom would apply only when claims exceeded 5 sous. This ordinance was a local law for the time for in the time of St. Louis, it was enough that the value be more than 12 dinars. Baltimore had heard of a lord. Baltimore heard a lord of the law told that formerly in France there had been in suits bad customs of hiring for a certain time a champion to fight. The use of judicial combat had to have been prodigiously extensive. By the time Louis the judge, you could hire a champion to fight. Therefore, the laws and regulations had to be extensive and prodigiously. Chapter 20. Origins of points of honor. One finds the enigmas of the code of laws of the barbarians. The laws of the Phrygians give only half a sou in settlement to the ones that have been hit by a staff, and for the slightest wound, it gives more. Under Salic law, if a freeborn man hit another 3 times, he was paid 3 sous. If he drew blood, he was punished as if he had wounded him with a sword, and he paid 15 sous. The penalty was measured by the size of the wounds. The laws of Lombards extended different settlements for 1 and 2 or 3 or 4 blows. Today, a single blow is worth the same as 100,000. Constitutions of Charlemagne inserted into the laws of Lombard wants those to whom dueling is permitted to fight with a staff. Perhaps this was the way of getting around the clergy. As the usage of combat extended, perhaps one wanted to make it less bloody. The capitories of Louis the Pious gave the choice of fighting with the staff or with arms. Latter only serves fought with the staff. Latter only serves for this, because honor drove it, right? Already I see the forming of the specific articles of our point of honor. The accuser began by declaring before a judge that a certain person had committed a certain act, and the accuser replied that the accuser had lied about it. And this the judge would order a duel. The maxim became established that when one accused of lying, there had to be combat. When a man had declared that he would fight, he could not later renounce the declaration. And if he did, it was a condemnation of the penalty. From this followed the rule that when a man was committed by his word, honor did not permit him to retract it. Gentlemen fought each other on horseback with arms. Villains fought one another on foot with a staff. From this it followed that a staff was an instrument of fragrant insult, because a man who was beaten with one had to be treated like a villain. Only villains fought with their face exposed. They were thus the only ones who could be hit in the face. A slap became an insult that had to be cleansed with blood, because a man who had received it had been treated as a villain. So this is a slap, attack on the face. You treated someone like a villain. Right? The German peoples were no less sensitive than we ourselves about the point of honor. Indeed, they were more so. Thus, the more distant relatives had a lively concern about, in other words, the more distant relatives had a concern about insults, and all their codes are founded on this. The laws of the Lombard wanted the one who goes with his people to beat a man who is not on his guard in order to cover him with shame, and ridicule to pay half the settlement that he would have owed if he had killed him, and to pay 3/4 of the same settlement if he binds him up for the same motive. Let us say that, therefore, our fathers were extremely sensitive to affronts, but that affronts of a special kind, such as receiving blows from a certain instrument on a certain part of the body in a certain way, are not yet known to them. All of this was included in the affront of being beaten, and in this case, the fragrancy of the outrage was measured by the magnitude of the violation. So therefore, this is a concept of this. Chapter 21, a new reflection on the point of honor among the Germans. Among the Germans, Tacitus says, it was great infamy to leave one bucklers behind in combat, and several killed themselves after this misfortune. Thus, the old Salic law gives 15 sous in settlement to the one to whom it was said as an insult that he had left his buckler behind. When Charlemagne corrected the Salic law, he established only 3 sous in settlement for this case. One cannot suspect this prince of wanting to weaken his military discipline. It is clear that this change came from a change in arms, and many usages owe their origins because of this change. It wasn't because he wanted to weaken it, but the nature of warfare changed, and therefore this thing was less of a real danger or an insult in that sense, right? Chapter 22, the Moors on Moors relative to combat. Our connection with women is founded on the happiness attached to the pleasures of the senses, on the charms of loving and being loved, and on the desire to please them because they are quite enlightened judges of on the part of the things that constitute personal merit. This general desire to please produced a gallantry which is not which is not love, but a delicate, flimsy, and perpetual illusion of love. So therefore, in other words, he's saying the Moors' women attachment to happiness and pleasure, appeasing women. And therefore they would this idea. This is gallantry, right? This is not love, but a delicate, flimsy, perpetual illusion of love. According to the different circumstances of each nation and each century, love is inclined to more to the one of 3 things than to the other 2. Being loved, the charms of being loved and being loved. In other words, the pleasures of the senses, the charms of being of loving and being loved, and the desire to please. Right, those are the 3. Right, so these are the 3 things. Love is inclined more or less to these 3 things, than to one of these 3 things, the other 2. So therefore, that of pleasing the senses, the charm of being loved and loved, and the desire to please. Right. Now I say that the time of our combats, the spirit of gallantry must have been enforced, right? In a sense, I find that in the laws of Lombard that if one of the 2 champions carried magical herbs, the judge had had him put them away and made him swear that he had no other magical herbs or anything. This law can have been founded only on common opinion. Fear, which had been said to have invented so many things, caused such illusions to be imagined. Fear in this common opinion and superstition, right? Because in single combat, the champions were fully armed in heavy weapons, both offensive and defensive, of a certain quality, and a certain strength gave an infinite advantage. In certain strength, and the opinion that certain combatants had magical weapons had to have moved many people. In other words, this idea that people had magic in that sense, right? From this was born the marvelous system of chivalry. All spirits were open to these ideas. In the romances, one saw knights errants, necromancers, fairies, winged or intelligent horses, invisible and invulnerable men, magicians concerned with the birth or education of great personages, and the enchanted or disenchanted places. In our world, one saw a new world, and the ordinary course of nature was left only for common men. So therefore, this romantic era was this, and the common ordinary world was left for the noble and the great. So this magical world, and the ordinary common man was this ordinary world. King errants, always armed in this part of the world, full of castle, fortresses, and brigands, found honor by punishing injustice and defending weakness. From this too came a gallantry formed on the idea in our romances of love joined with that of strength and protection. Thus gallantry was born when one imagined extraordinary men who, upon seeing virtue joined to beauty and weakness in the same person, were led to expose themselves to danger for her sake and to please her in all the ordinary actions of life. Our romances of chivalry flattered this desire to please and to give to a part of Europe that spirit of gallantry that one can say was little known to the ancients. This is the difference between the medieval thing of gallantry than the ancients, right? The prodigious luxury of Rome, when it was immense, flattered the ideas of pleasures of senses. A certain ideas of tranquility in the Greek countryside caused the Greeks to describe the feelings of love, right? Uh, 137, right? This again is one can see in the Greek romances told in the Middle Ages, right? The ideas of knight errants, protectors of virtue and the beauty of women, led to the ideas of gallantry. Okay, so therefore, the production luxury of Rome is immense flattered by the ideas of the pleasant senses. A certain idea of tranquility in the Greek countryside caused the Greeks to describe these as the feeling love. And then the ideas of the knight errants, protectors of virtue and the beauty of women, led to the gallantry. This spirit was perpetuated by the usage of tournaments, which bring together the rights of valor and love, again gave the importance to gallantry. Chapter 23 on the jurisprudence of judicial combat. One will perhaps be curious to see the monstrous usage of judicial combat reduced to principle and find the body of so singular jurisprudence, right? Men who are fundamentally reasonable place even their prejudices under rule. So even their prejudice, they're under rule. We're going to even judicial combat's going to be put under rule eventually, he says, because men who are so reasonable will even put their prejudice under rule. Nothing was more contrary to common sense in judicial combat. But once this point was granted, it was executed with a certain prudence. Okay, in other words, you get prudence in that sense. That even if you're going to do this unreasonable thing, we're going to have a prudence. This is a very interesting point. That even the unreasonable, we want to regulate it. Okay, even that common sense would say this is stupid or wrong, but we're going to our prejudice and our thing demands it. But even then, we regulate it. Right, prudence must be. In order to grasp the jurisprudence of these times, one must readily read attentively the regulations of St. Louis, who made such great changes on the judicial order. Desfontaines was a contemporary of that prince. Boldemort Beaumenor wrote under him. The others have lived since this time. Therefore, we must seek the former practice in the corrections that were made in it. Okay, this is the idea that how judicial things and how the corrections of the behaviors were then moderated and codified it. Chapter 24, regulations established in judicial combat. There were several accusers. They had to agree in order for the suit to be prosecuted by a single one. And if they could not incur, the one before whom the plea was brought named one of them to prosecute the quarrel. When a gentleman challenged the villain, he had to present himself on foot with the shield and staff, and if he came on horseback and armed as a gentleman, his horse and arms were taken from him. He was left only with his shirt and obliged to fight the villain in this state. So if someone above, in other words, he was not allowed to. In other words, if he's going to challenge someone, in other words, if one gentleman challenged the villain, he had to present himself on foot with shield and staff. If he came on the gentleman back and armed, no, these were taken from him, he had to do this. Before combat, justice required 3 bans to be proclaimed. The one that the relatives of the parties were ordered to withdraw, so the relatives had to withdraw. With the others, the people were warned to keep silent. And the third, adding to the aiding one of the parties was forbidden under the heavy penalties, even death. And if by this one aided one of the combatants, had been, in other words, if by this aid one of the combatants had been vanquished. Okay, in other words, that even with death, in other words, heavy penalties, but in death, if the other one's been vanquished, interfered with it. So therefore, no interference. So three rules: that relatives of the party withdrawn, that the people remain silent, and that any no third party aid anybody penalty or even death. The men charged with justice and guarded the enclosure, and in case the parties spoke of peace, careful attention was paid to the actual person at each of the moments, so that they could be returned to the same place if peace was not made. So in other words, they make a peace, and they were forced to go there. When gages were received for a crime, or gages were received for a crime or false judgment, peace could not be made without the consent of the Lord. Or when one of the parties were vanquished, there could no longer be peace except by vow of the count. This is related. To our letters of pardon. Right? This idea of the vow of the count that relates to them. But if the crime were capital, and if the Lord, corrupted by present, consented to peace, he paid a fine of £60. And if his right to have the malefactor punished devolved on the count, devolved on the count. So therefore, this idea of the count is that in 44, an important vassal had particular rights. Baltimore says he could lose his justice. Those words in the writers of those times did not have a generalized meaning, but one restricted to the lawsuit in question. So therefore, it's not a principle. There were many people who were not in a position to offer or to accept combat. They were permitted to take a champion when cause was shown, and the champion had his hand. In other words, and the champion had his hand cut off if he lost, so that he would have the greatest interest in defending his party. Again, this usage can be found in the capitularies that still exist at the time of Baltimore. When in the last century laws were made making duels capital crimes, perhaps it could have been enough to remove from one of the combatants' capacity to fight by the loss of his hands, as there is nothing sadder for a man to survive the loss of his character. In other words, nothing sadder for a man than to survive the loss of his character. When in capital crime, combat was waged by champions, the parties were put where they could not see the battle. Each was bound with a cord that was to serve for his punishment if the champions were beaten. The one who was overcome in combat did not always lose the contested thing. So even one, for example, one fought about an interlocutory judgment. One lost only the interlocutory judgment. It was 48 in this sense. Again, this is the laws of Baltimore, right? Chapter 25 on the limits put to the usage of judicial combat. When battle gauges had been received for civil suit of small importance, the Lord obliged the parties to take them back. In other words, they all of a sudden small disputes, small thing. No. It was if a deed was well known. For example, if a lord had been killed in the middle of a marketplace, neither proof by witnesses nor proof by combat was ordered. The judge based his pronouncement on the public knowledge of the deed. When in the Lord's court, one had often judged in the same way, and the usage thus was known, the Lord refused to let the parties engage in combat, so the custom would not be changed by conflicting outcomes of combat. So therefore, this one could ask for combat only for oneself, or for someone of one's lineage, or for someone's liege lord. So restrictions here. When the accused was absolved, another relative could not demand combat. Otherwise, suits would have never ended. If relatives were seeking to avenge the death of a man who then happened to reappear, it could no longer be a matter of combat. It was the same case if because of a manifest absence the deed was found to be impossible. Right? If a man who was killed before dying exonerate the accused and named another, one did not proceed to combat. But if he named no one, his declaration was regarded only as a pardon for his death. The prosecution continued, and among gentlemen, war could even be waged. In other words, before dying, exonerated the accused and named another. One did not proceed in combat, but if he had named no one, his declaration was regarded only as a pardon for his death, and the prosecution continued. Right? Among gentlemen, war could even be waged. When there was such a war, and one of the relatives gave or accepted battle gages, the right to make war ceased. The parties were considered to want to follow the ordinary course of justice, and the party that continued the war was condemned to make good the damages. So they continued to wage war. If they did this in a combat, the parties that do this, that was the end of it. Thus, the advantage of the practice of judicial combat was that it could change a general quarrel into an individual quarrel, return strength to tribunals, and restore to the civil state those who had been governed until then only by the right of nations. So in other words, he's saying that this judicial combat moderated in other words, what was done by war. Conflict was war, the rights of nations. And what it did, but it and ultimately turned this to single. In other words, it turned general war into individual quarrel, and returned to tribunals, and to restore to a civil state those who have been governed by rights of nations. Therefore, he's saying that this led to the origin of political right in that sense, civil right in that sense, from where it was only the rights of nations. As an infinity of wise things are pursued in a very foolish way, there are also foolish things conducted in a wise way. So this is what he's saying. This was there were wise things done in a foolish way and foolish things done in a wise way. Thus, this is why the use of combat and the regulation of it was the use of a foolish thing done wisely, prudentially. When a man who was challenged for a crime showed clearly that it was the challenger himself who had committed it. So let me repeat this. We got interrupted for a second. This has been a long one. For when a man who was challenged for a crime showed clearly that it was the challenger himself who had committed it, there were no battle gauges, for no guilty man would fail to prefer uncertain combat to certain punishment. There was no combat in suits that were decided by arbiters or by ecclesiastical courts, nor was there any when women dowries were in question. Women, say Balderman, cannot fight. If a woman challenged someone without naming her champion, battle gauges were not accepted. A woman had also to be authorized by her baron, that is, her husband, okay, in order to challenge. But she could be challenged without this authority. If the challenger or one who was challenged was under 15 of age, there was no combat. One could, however, order it in the business of wards when the guardian or the one of the with the balafry wanted to run the risk of this procedure. It seems to Eyre get angry, right, that these were the cases in which a serf was permitted to engage in combat. He fought against another serf. He fought against a free person. He even fought against a gentleman if he was challenged. But if a serf challenged a free person, the latter could refuse combat, and the serf lord, even if he had a right to withdraw, the serf lord even had the right to withdraw him from the court. The serf could, by a charter of the lord or by usage, engage in combat with all free persons, and the church claimed this same right for its serfs as a mark of respect for itself. So therefore, this idea that this is the this, chapter 26 on the combat, judicial combat between one of the parties and the witness. Buller says that a man who saw that one witness was going to submit to disposition against him and avoid the second witness by telling judges that the opposing party had produced false and libelous witnesses. And if the witness wanted to sustain the quarrel, he gave battle gadgets. Things that go to, it was no longer a question for a hearing, for if the witness were defeated, it would be decided that the other parties lost the suit. The second witness could not be allowed to swear, for if he pronounced his testimony, the business would end with the disposition of the two witnesses. But by checking the second, the disposition of the first became useless. As the second witness was thus rejected, the other party could not have others heard, and he lost his suit. But in these cases, in case where there was no battle gauges, one could produce other witnesses. So no battle, no other witnesses, no battle, other witnesses. Bodmer says that witnesses could tell the other party before making his disposition, I do not wish to fight for your quarrel or enter a plea of my own, but if you want to protect me, I shall willingly tell the truth, right? The other party would be obliged to combat for the witness, and if he were defeated, he did not lose his cause, but the witness was rejected. So I believe this was the modification of the Old Testament. What makes me think of this, that the use of challenging witnesses was established without any restriction in the laws of the Bavarians and that of the Burgundian. So the witness, I would only do it if you, in other words, I challenge a witness. Therefore, even witnesses were challenged, right, in a sense. I have already spoken of the Constitution of Gundabad, against which Arobagad and Saint Avitus so expostulated. When the accused, say this prince, presents witness to swear that he did not commit the crime, the accuser can challenge one of the witnesses to engage in combat. For if it is very just for the one who has offered to swear and who has declared that he knew the truth to make no difficulty over engaging in combat to maintain it. This king left the witnesses no subterfuge of avoiding combat. So you could not I'll give testimony, you do it for me, right? So therefore, no. If you gave witness, you had to could be challenged. In that sense, that's weird. Of Galdabad, right? On chapter 27, on judicial combat between a party and one of the Lord's peers challenging the false judgment. As the nature of the decision by combat was to terminate the business forever and not compatible with new judgment and new prosecutions, appeals as established by Roman law and canonical law, that is, appeal to a higher tribunal to rectify the judgment of the others, was unknown in France, so no appeal. This is why death by combat, there can be no appeal in that sense. A warrior nation that was governed solely by the point of honor did not know this form of procedure, and even followed the same spirit, took measures against judges that it could have used against the parties, okay? But those who could have used against the appeal. In this nation, the appeal was challenged. The appeal was a challenge to armed combat, which had to end in blood, and not the invention of two written quarrels, only known ladders. In other words, this appeal and this written quarrel. Thus, St. Louis in his establishment said that appeal is felonious and inquequibus. Thus, Benamor tells us that if a man wanted to complain of some offense committed against him by his lord, he had to denounce the lord and leave the fief, after which he challenged him before before his overlord and offered battle gauges. The Lord likewise renounced the homage he had challenged if he had challenged this man before the count. Right? Uh, to challenge one's Lord for false judgment was to say that his judgment had been falsely and wickedly rendered. Now, to put forward such words against one's Lord was to commit a kind of felony. Thus, instead of making a challenge for false judgment against the Lord who established and regulated the tribunal, one challenged the peers who had formed the tribunal itself. One thus avoided a felony. One insulted only one's peers, to whom one could always give satisfaction for the insult. One exposed oneself greatly by declaring false the judgment of the peers. If one waited for the judgment to be made and pronounced, one was obliged to enter into combat with all the peers when they offered to make good their judgment. If one made the challenge before all the judges had given their opinion, one had to enter into combat with all those who had agreed with the same opinion. To avoid this danger, one begged the Lord to order each peer to give his opinion aloud, and when the first had pronounced and the second was about to do the same, one said that he was false and wicked and libelous, and then it was only against him that one had to fight. Desfontaines wanted one to let three judges pronounce before declaring them false, and he does not say that all three had to be fought, or and even less that there were cases in which one had to enter combat with all those who have declared their opinion. These differences come from the fact that in those times scarcely any usages were precisely the same, so therefore there's no consistency in this. Valdemar gave an account of what happened in the country of Clermont, Desfontaines of what happened in of what was practiced in Vermandois. When one of the peers or men with fief had declared that he would support the judgment, the judge had the battle gauges given, and also took a surety from the challenger that he would support his challenge. But the peers who was challenged did not give sureties because he was the Lord's man, and had to defend the challenge or pay the Lord a fine of £60. If the one who challenged did not prove that his judgment was wrong, he paid the Lord a fine of £60, the same fine to the peer whom he had challenged, and as much to each one of those who had openly contested his judgment. When a man strongly suspected of a crime meriting death was seized and condemned, he could not challenge for false judgment, for he would have challenged in any case, either to prolong his life or to make peace. If someone said that a judgment was false and wrong, and did not offer to prove it so, that is, to enter into combat, he was condemned for his vile words to a fine of 10 sous if he were a gentleman, and to 5 sous if he was a serf. So a gentleman was higher than a serf. Judges or peers who were defeated were to lose neither their lives nor their limbs, but a challenger who was defeated was punishment with death when the business involved a capital offense. This way of challenging the men with fiefs for false judgments avoided a challenge to the Lord himself. But if the Lord had no peers, or not enough of them, he could at his own expense borrow peers from his overlord. But these peers were not obliged to swear if they did not want to. They could declare that they had come only to give counsel, and in this particular cause, as the Lord judged and pronounced the judgment himself, one challenged him for false judgment. It was for him to sustain the challenge, so himself, the person, For if the Lord were poor, so poor, that he was not in a position to take the peers of his overlord, and if he was, or if he had neglected to ask for them, or if the latter refused to give them to him, as the Lord could not judge alone, and no one was obliged to plead before a tribunal where a judgment could not be made, business was carried to the court of the overlord. So there was then to the court of the higher court of the overlord. I believe that this was one of the great causes of the separation of the justices from the fief, from which the rule of French jurists was formed. The fief is one thing, justice is another. This is the principle why, in other words, if they could not do it, there was no situation of that, they had to appeal to the higher overlord. For it was an infinity of men with fiefs. No, it was for as an infinity of men with fiefs had no men under them, they were not in a position to hold their own court. All business was carried out to the court of their overlord. They lost the right of justice because they neither the power nor the will to claim it. Right, in that sense, all the judges who had taken part in this judgment had to be present when it was rendered, so that they could attend and say aye to the one wanting to declare judgment false. Ask them if they concurred, for De Fontes says it was the business of courtesy. It was a business of courtesy and loyalty, and from it there is neither fight nor postponement, flight or no postponement. I believe that this way of thinking gave rise to the usage still followed today in England, that all jurors must be of one opinion in order to condemn a man to death. So therefore, I all have to agree that before this is decreed. This is what led to this idea of in England that all must agree before death could be done. Therefore, one had to declare oneself in favor of the opinion of a great party, and if there was a division, one pronounced in the case of a crime for the accused, the case of debts or for debtors, in a case of inheritance for the defendant. So therefore, in other words, if one had to declare in favor of the opinion of the greater party, it was if there was a division, one pronounced in the case of a crime for the accused, in the case of debts for the debtor, in the case of the inheritance and for the defendant. A peer, says De Fontes, could not say that he would not judge if there were only four, or if they were not all not there, or if the wisest were not there. It was as if he had said in the fray that he would not help his lord because he only had part of his men with him. But it was for the Lord to do honor to his court and pick his most valiant and wisest man. I mention this in order to give a sense to the duty of the vassal to enter into combat and to judge. This duty was even such that to judge was to enter into combat. So therefore, this connection between doing combat and to judge. A lord who pleaded before his court against his vassal, and who was condemned there, could challenge one of his men for false judgment. But because of the respect the latter owed to his lord for fealty given, and because of the benevolence of the lord owed to his vassal for fealty received, a distinction was made. Either the lord said in general that the judgment was false and wrong, or he imputed a personal breach of trust to his man. In the first case, he offered his own court, and in a way himself, and there could be no battle gauges. In the second case, there were gauges because he attacked the honor of his vassal, and one of the two who was defeated lost his life and his goods in order to keep the public peace. Okay. This distinction, necessary in particular cases, was extended, Beaumont says, that when one who challenged for false judgment used personal imputation to attack one of the men, there was a battle. If that he only attacked only the judgment, the peer who was challenged was free to have battle judged by right have the business, free to have the business judged by battle or by right. But as the spirit that reigned at the time of Bellamore restricted the usage of judicial combat, and as the liberty given to the challenge peer to defend by the judgment by combat or not is contrary equally to the ideas of honor established at the time and to the engagement one had to the lords to one's lord to defend his court. I believe that Belmore's distinction was new to jurisprudence among French. It was an innovation, he said, that Belmore was given all these realities of the things. This was innovation. I do not say that all the challenges of all judgments were decided by battle. This challenge was like all the others. One is reminded of the exceptions I have mentioned in chapter 25. Here, it was the tribunal of the overlord which had to see if the battle gauges had to be taken or not. One could not declare false the judgment made in the king's court. One could not declare false the judgment made in the king's court, for as the king had no equal, no one could challenge him, and as the king had no superior, no one could appeal from his court. So therefore, this led to supremacy. So that you went to the overlord, and if the king was this overlord, then this was no challenge. This fundamental law was necessary political law, and further lessened as the civil law the abuses of judicial practice of that time. When a lord feared that someone might declare false the judgment of court, or saw that someone was presenting himself in order to do so, if it were a privilege, if it were a privilege in that justice, that it would not be declared false, he could ask for the men of the king's court, whose judgment could not be declared false. And King Philip, says Desfontes, sent his whole council to judge the business in the court of the abbot of Corbie. But if the lords could not have the king's, but if lords could not have the king judges, he could put his court into the king's court if he were directly answerable to him. And if there were intermediate lords, he addressed himself to his overlord, going from lord to lord up to the king. Thus, although at the time there was neither the practices nor even the idea of appeals today, one had recourse to the king, who even the source from which all the rivers flowed, and the sea to which they returned. So this appeal, this idea of the overlord, right? Chapter 28, on the challenge of the default of right. One challenged for default of right when, in the courts of a lord, one postponed, avoided, or refused to render justice to the parties. Under the Carolinians, although they were several officers under the court under account, their persons, but not their jurisdictions, were subordinated. These officers in their day courts, seized in Platea, judged in the last resort as the count himself. The whole difference was in the division of the jurisdiction. For example, the count could condemn to death and make judgments concerning liberty and restitution of good, and the centarius could not. For the same reason, major cases were reserved to the king. They were the ones that directly involved the political order. Such were disputes between bishops, abbots, counts, and the important men, whom the kings judged along with his great vassals. Some authors have said that one appealed from the count to the king's deputy, or missus domesticus, but this has no foundation. The count had the missus, and the missus had jurisdictions equal to and independent of one another. The whole difference lays in the fact that the missus held his sitting 4 months of the year, and the count the other 8. So therefore, the missus and the only difference is, in other words, they had jurisdictions equal to each other but independent from each other, and therefore, for someone condemned the assize, asked to be rejudged, and then lost it again, he paid a fine of 15 sous or slapped 15 times by the judges who had decided the business. Okay, so therefore 15 sous or 15 slaps. When the count or the deputies of the king did not feel strong enough to reduce the important men to reason, they made them pledge that they would present themselves before the tribune of the king. This was in order to judge the business and not to rejudge it. I find in the Capulary of Metz, the challenge for false judgment at the court of the king was established, and that all sorts of challenges were prescribed and punished. One did not acquiesce in the judgment of the Inchivs, now 23. These, again, this is 123, this is referring to that, okay. No, 13, sorry. Office under count. In other words, this is an officer under our count, a Sabini, okay, the Inchivs, and did not lodge a complaint. One was put in prison until one had acquiesced. And if one lodged a complaint, one was led under safe conduct to the king, and the business was argued before his court. So the higher this idea of this sense. That I was privileged, I was put in prison till I intervene, but then if I challenged the challenge, I would then go to a higher court. It could scarcely be a question of a challenge before default of right. In other words, it could scarcely be a question of a challenge of a default of right. For at that time, it was far from customary to complain that counts and other people who had the right to hold assize were not strict in holding their court. And on the other, the complaint was that they were too strict, and everything was full of ordinances that forbid counts and other officers of justice to hold more than 3 assize a year. One had less to correct their negligence than to check their activities, right? In other words, not to correct their negligence, but to check their activities. But the innumerable little lordships were formed, and different degrees of vassages were established. The negligence of certain vassals in holding their court gave rise to these kinds of challenges, the more so because considerable fines fell on the overlord. In other words, because of this is as the use of judicial combat spread further, there were places, causes, and times when it was hard to assemble the peers, and when consequently one neglected to render justice. The challenge for default of right was introduced, and these sorts of challenges had often been remarkable points of our history, because most of the wars of those times were motivated by the violation of political right, as the wars of present times have been the right of nations as the cause or pretext. Right? So therefore, in other words, the wars were violations of political right, whereas today it's the rights of nations. Right? Baton says that there never was a battle in the case of default of right. Here are the reasons for it. Oh, this is going to be a pain in the ass. Oh. Sorry for a second. One could not challenge the lordship himself to combat because of the respect due his person, and one could not challenge the peers of the lord because they were neither matter his was evident, and the one had only to count the days or recess of other delays. There was no judgment, and one could declare false only a judgment. In the end, the wrong to the peer offended the lord so much as the combat waged between the lord and his peers was not in order. But before the tribute and the overlord, one proved default by many means of witnesses. One could challenge the witness to combat, and this way one offended neither the lord nor his tribunal. In cases where the default arose on the side of men or peers to the lord who deferred rendering justice, or had avoided passing judgment after a period of delays had passed, the peers of the lord were challenged for default of right before the Lord, and if they lost, they paid a fine to their lords. He could bring no aid to his men, but on the contrary, he seized their fiefs until each of them paid him a fine of 60 pounds. So that's the first case, right? Two, when a default arose on the side of the Lord, which happened when there were not enough men in his court to pass judgment, or when he had not assembled his men, or put someone in place to assemble them, one claimed the default before the overlord. But because of the respect due to the Lord, one brought a citation against the party and not against the Lord. The Lord asked for his court before the tribunal of the overlord, and if he won the default, the business was remanded to him, and he paid a fine of 60 pounds. But if the tribute was proven, the penalty against him was to lose the judgment of the things consented, and the substance was judged in the tribunal of the overlord. Indeed, one had claimed default only for that reason. Had the upper lord up there. Three, if one pleaded in one lord's court against him, which happened only over business concerning the fief, after allowing all the delays to pass, the Lord himself was summoned before good people. He was summoned by, there was the people, the good people. Words 23:223. This in the reign of Louis VIII, the sitting against Genus, Countess of Flantes, so he demanded that she be judged within 40 days and summons her secondly for the right to default to the king's court. She responded that she would have him judged by his peers, right, in Flanders. The court pronounced that he would not be sent there, and that the countess would be summoned. Okay, so this is not by as Lord was summoned before good people, and he was summoned by the sovereign whom permission was required. Peers did not cite him because peers could not cite their lord, but they could bring a citation on behalf of their lord. Sometimes a challenge for default of right was followed by a challenge for false judgment, when the lord had judgment rendered despite the default. The vassal who failed in this challenge to his lord for the default of right was condemned to pay the lord a fine according to his will. The people of Ghent had challenged the court of Flanders before the king for default of right, claiming that he had delayed rendering them a judgment in his court. It happened that he had delayed less than was the custom of the country. The people of Ghent were remanded to him. Their goods to the value of 60,000 pounds were seized. They returned to the king's court to have the fine moderated. It was decided that the count could take this fine even more if he so willed. Voldemort was present in those judgments. And four, with regard to the business that the lord could have against the vassal, okay, let me finish this up. The font, okay, the words reason of his vassal. Fourth, with regard to the business that the lord could have had vassal by reason of his person of honor over the vassals, or good not belonging to the fief, there was no question of challenge to vote of right. For one did not judge in the court of the Lord, but in the court of the one on whom he was dependent. For men, De Fontes says De Fontes, did not have the right to pass judgment on the person of the Lord. In that sense, they could not. In other words, they could only be judged of the person who they were dependent. They were judged by the person they were dependent. They cannot judge on the Lord. I have tried to give a clear idea of these things, which are so confused and obscure in the authors of those times, that in truth, drawing them out of their chaos is to discover them in that sense. Okay, and okay, I return. Sorry, there's a major break because this is so long. It's maybe over 2 hours, so we got more to go. On chapter 29, the age of the reign of Saint Louis. Saint Louis abolished judicial combat in the tribunals of his domain. It appears in the ordinance he made on the subject and in his establishment. But he did not remove it from the courts of his barons. So even though he abolished it from his courts, he did not remove from the courts of barons except in the cases of challenge for false judgment. So therefore he allowed it to be on things, but except for the challenge of false judgment. One could not declare false the court of one's lord without asking for judicial combat against the judges who had pronounced the judgment. But St. Louis introduced the usage of declaring judgments false without combat, a change that was a kind of revolution. So St. Louis, he could declare them false without combat. He stated that one could not declare judgments false that were rendered in the lordship of his domain because this was a crime of felony. Indeed, if this was a kind of crime of felony against the Lord, it was one for stronger reason against the king, right? If this was that of that, it would be stronger Lord of that. But he wanted one to be able to ask for redress for judgments rendered in his courts, not because they were falsely or wickedly rendered, but because they produced a certain kind of prejudice. 136. It produced a certain kind of prejudice. He wanted one instead to be constrained to declare false the judgments of a baronial court if one wanted to lodge a complaint about them. According to the establishments, one could not declare false the judgments of the courts in the domain of the king, as had just been said. Redress had been requested before the same tribunal, and in the case the bailiff did not want to make the requisite redress, the king permitted making an appeal to his court, or rather interpreting the establishments themselves, presenting him with a formal request or supplication. With regard to the judgments of the court of the lords, St. Louis, by permitting them to be declared false, wanted the business to be carried to the tribunal of the king, or to the overlord, to be decided there not by combat, but by witnesses, following a form of procedure for which he gave rules. So therefore, his argument, he's allowing it, is because it wanted it to be appealed to this upper level, to be governed by the laws that he set forth, right? Thus, one could make a declaration of falseness as in the Lord's court, or not, and as the courts of his domain, he established that one could challenge without running the risk of combat. De Fontaine's reports to us that the first two examples he saw in the one had proceeded thus without judicial combat. The first in a business judged at the court of Saint Quentin, which was in the domain of the king, and the second in the court of Ponthieu, where the count, who was present, opposed the old jurisprudence, but these two matters of business were judged according to right. In other words, he opposed the old jurisprudence, but these two matters of business were judged according to right. Perhaps one will ask why, for the courts of his barons, St. Louis ordered a way of proceeding different than from the one he established for the tribunals of his domain. Here is the reason. St. Louis, enacting for the courts of his domain, was not hampering in his aims, but he had to manage carefully those lords who formerly enjoyed the prerogatives that business could never be removed from their courts unless one exposed oneself to the dangers of the declaration of fairness. In other words, falseness. In other words, he wanted a reason that he didn't want to take away them, but he wanted a mechanism by which people would want to move them to the higher courts. So he did not want to strip them of their right, but wanted to make sure that there was a rationale to lead people to appeal to his courts, right? St. Louis retained the usage of the declaration of falseness, but he wanted it to be possible to declare falseness without combat. That is, so that the change would be felt less. He removed the thing and let the terms continue to exist. So, in other words, he let the terms exist, but then he removed it by ensuring that people who didn't want to fight would or didn't want it to have the situation determined by combat would make an appeal to the higher courts, the Lord, Overlord, or to which was under the court of the king, and under the jurisdiction of the king or the king itself, which would remove the possibility of combat. Okay, so therefore, everyone had an incentive to raise the thing higher in this case, right? And therefore, in other words, he wanted to declare the falseness of combat, falseness without combat, and thus change would be less felt. In other words, in other words, he didn't take away their right. He just made the secondism that they would. Uh, this was not universally accepted. This was not universally accepted in the courts of the lords. Right? Beaumont says that in his time there was two ways of judging: the one following the establishment of the king, and the others following the former practice. That the lords had the right to follow either of these practices, but that when one of them was chosen for a suit, it was no longer possible to return to the other. He added that the Count of Clermont followed the new practice, whereas his vassals clung to the old one. But that he could reestablish the old one if he wanted, for otherwise he would have had less authority than his vassals. In other words, he needed to do the vassals clung to the old rights, and but that he could reestablish the old ones that would have more, because otherwise he would have less authority than them. Right? But one must know that France was then divided into countries, the counties, the counties of the domains of the king, and what were called the counties of the barons or baronies. And if I may use the term of the establishment of St. Louis, into counties of obedience to the king and counties in obedience, or counties beyond obedience to the king. So therefore, that's the whole point. So therefore, France was not unified under the king authority. That there was counties that the domains of the king, and then counties that are in the domains of the counties of the barons or baronies, right? And that those baronies, right? These were kind of like outside the obedience, beyond the obedience of the king. When king made ordinances for the counties in their own domain, they employed they employed only their authority. But when they made them concerning the counties of their barons also, such ordinances were made together with them, or sealed or subscribed by them. Otherwise, the barons could accept them or not, accordingly as they appeared to them to suit the good of the place over which they were lord or not. So therefore, they could apply them or not. That was 47. The sea ordinance is made at the beginning of the Caput, the Caputian reign, the Caputians, in the collection of Lauria, especially those of Philip Augustus, about ecclesiastic jurisdiction, right? And of special note is that of St. Louis about the lease and repurchase of lands, uh, um, and the ordinance of Philip Augustus. Right? These are the example of these things, right? So therefore, um, when kings made ordinances for the counties and their domains, they employed their authority. In other words, they can do them or not, right? The kings could, in other words, he could do it under their authority, but when he did it for them, he fundamentally did it with their consent and their agreement. In other words, the king made ordinance for the counties and their domains. They employed their authority, but when they made it concerning countries of the barons, such ordinances were made together with them or sealed or subscribe to them. Otherwise, the barons could either accept them. So either they did it when they agreed to them and they conformed to them, or the barons that kind of agreed to them, succumbed to them, and changed their rules to them. Or what happened was that the barons were left in a situation where they would abide them or not based upon what was good for them, right? What suit the good of the place over which they were lords or not. The under vassals were in the same terms as the great vassals. Now, the establishment were not given with the consent of in other words, the establishment was not given with the consent of the lords, though they were enacted on things of great importance to them. Thus, they were accepted only by those who believed it advantageous to accept them. Robert, son of St. Louis, admitted them in his country of Clermont, and the vassals did not believe it suitable for them to be practiced in their land. So therefore, they didn't. The vassals under him, I'm not going to be suited. I introduced it because I'm the son of the king, and I'm going to do it. But then what happened here is that the people underneath them didn't do it. That's why he often had to revert to the older privileges in order to not lose power. Chapter 30. Observation on challenges. One realizes that challenges, which were provisions to combat, had to be made on the spot. If he leaves the court without challenging, says Beaumont, he loses his challenge and opposes the judgment as good. This continued even after the usage of judicial combat had been. So if you leave the thing, if you didn't challenge, you had to challenge it. So that if you left the situation, the court, and didn't challenge it, then it was that. So even though that judicial combat was lost, this principle of challenging a decision maintained the same. Chapter 31, continuation of the same subject. The villein could not declare the judgment of his lord's court false. We learn this from De Fontaine's, and it is confirmed by the establishment. Thus, De Fontaine goes on to say, it is between you, Lord, and your villein, no other judge but God. So, in other words, it's you and no other judge but God. So there's no appellant, only God in this sense. It was the usage of judicial combat that excluded villeins from being able to declare their lord's court faults. Lord's court faults. And this was true that those villains who were by charter or by usage had. And here, this is this article in the 21st article of chapter 22 by the same author have until now been badly explained. De Fontaine does not set the Lord's judgment in opposition to that of the knights, for they were the same, but he sets ordinary villein in opposition to the villein who had the privilege of combat, who were judged by knights, and De Fontaine suggests expedient to prevent a scandal of a villein who, by declaring the judgment false, would go into combat with a knight. This is the as the practice of judicial combat began to be abolished, and the usage of the new appeals began to be introduced. It was thought unreasonable for free persons to have a remedy against the injustice of their lord's court, and for the villains to have none. And to have a remedy against, in other words, free persons to have a remedy against the injustice of the Lord's court, and the villains to have none. And a parliament, a court, accepted their appeals as those of free persons, right? And an O of a person franchise, a person with franchise, free persons, right? Chapter 32, continuation of the same subject. When the judgment of one's lord court was declared false, he came in person before the overlord to defend the judgment of his court. Likewise, in the case of challenge or default of right, default of right, the party cited before the overlord took his lord with him, so that if the default were not proven, the lord could recover his court. Subsequently, what had been only two particular cases became general for all business as the result of the introduction of all sorts of appeals. It seemed extraordinary for the lord to be obliged to spend his life in tribunals other than his own, and in business other than his own. Prince of Valois ordered the bailiff alone be cited, and when the usage of appeals became more frequent, the parties had to defend the appeal. What the judge once had done, the party now did. So what the judge used to do, the party did this, and that's this appeal. So therefore, when the two cases of general became business, it was introduced all sorts of appeal. It seemed extraordinary for the lord to obliged to spend his life in tribunals and other people's business. And therefore, this Valois ordered the bailiff alone be cited. And when the usage of this appeal became so more frequent, all parties had to defend the appeal. What the judge once had done, now the parties did, right? The parties appeal, not the judge appeals. As I have said, 259. Okay, chapter 30. That the challenged for default of right, the lord lost only the right to have the business judge's court. But if the Lord himself was attacked as a party, which became frequent, he paid the king or the overlord before whom he had one had challenged a fine of £60. From this came the usage, when appeals were universally accepted, of paying the fine to the lord when the sentence of one's judge was reversed. A usage that continues to exist for a long time, that was continued by the ordinance of Roussillon, and those and who whose absurdity ruined it. The absurdity ruined it. There was this idea, this principle, this absurdity of this. You paid the fine to the Lord. On chapter 33, continuation of the same subject. In the practice of judicial combat, the one who declared the judgment of the court false, and the one of the judges could lose his trial by combat, but one could not win it. Indeed, the party who had a judgment in his favor was not to be deprived of it by what others did. Therefore, the one who declared a judgment false and had won still fought against the other part. In other words, had won still fought against the other party, not in order to know whether the judgment was good or bad, as the judgment was no longer the issue, having been abolished by combat, but in order to decide if the claim were legitimate or not. And it is on this new point that one engaged in combat, whether it's legitimate or not. One way of pronouncing decisions must have come from this: the court annuls the appeal. The court annuls the appeal, and that for which the appeal was brought. So therefore, the court that and also annuls the reason why the thing. Indeed, when the one who challenged for false judgment lost, the judgment was annulled. When he won, the judgment was annulled, and also challenged. The one had to proceed. One had to proceed to a new judgment. So therefore, if you annulled it, then you had to get a new judgment, right? He won. The judgment was annulled. He won. When he won, the judgment was annulled, and therefore the challenge, and he had to proceed to a new judgment. This is so true that when the business was judged by inquests, this way of pronouncing did not apply. So when once you got to inquest, this rule did not apply. This way, this way. Monsieur de Rouge tells us that when it was first created, this form could not be used by the chamber of inquest. In other words, this idea that if you lost something, you had to appeal to this. No. 34, chapter 34, how proceedings became secret. Duels had introduced a new form of public proceeding. The attack and defense were equally known. Witnesses, said Beaumenor, should give their testimony before everyone. Boutellier's commenters says he had learned from the former practitioners in some old handwriting trials that formerly in France, criminal trials were held publicly in a form scarcely different from the public judgments of the Romans. Therefore, they were like very This was bound up with the ignorance of writing. In other words, this was bound up with the ignorance of writing, common in those times. The usage of writing arrests ideas and certain secrecy. And in other words, the usage of writing arrests ideas and can establish secrecy. But when one does not have this usage, only public knowledge of the proceeding can fix these same ideas. So without writing, there's no permanence of it. There's only people's knowledge of it. So therefore, the reason why this happens, you did this, because those writing didn't exist. Right? Writing things can lead to secrecy, and as there could be uncertainty about what was judged by men or pleadings before them, one could recall the memory of it every time one held court by that which was called the proceedings of record. And in the case, one was not permitted to challenge the witness to combat, for the business would never have come to an end. In other words, once it's in the record, it's in the record. You can't then challenge it. It's like this. Later, a form of secret proceedings was introduced. All had been public: interrogations, investigations, verifications, confrontations, and the conclusion by the public party. All became hidden. And this is the usage today. All this has become, in other words, no longer interrogations, investigations, verifications, confrontations, and conclusions by the public party. All became hidden, and this is the usage today. The first form of procedure suited the government of that time, as the new ones is proper to the government of that was later established. In other words, the first one did it. In other words, the reason everything was open because it suited the government. Now, this now procedure, everything private, now suits its government. Baudelaire commentaries dates that the time of these changes of the ordinance was 1539. I believe that it happened gradually and that it passed from lordship to lordship, as the lords gave up the formal practice of judging, and the one drawn from the establishments of St. Louis was improved. Indeed, Beaumanoir says the witnesses were heard publicly in cases in which one could give battle sages. In others, they were heard in secret, and their dispositions were taken in writing. Proceedings thus became secret when there was no longer battle ages. In other words, once all of a sudden there's no longer fighting of combat, then all of a sudden that things can be done in private and secret, no longer had to be public. 35 on costs. Formerly in France, no one was condemned to pay the costs in lay court. So therefore, formerly no one paid. The losing party was punished enough by the fines payable to the lords and his peers. The result of proceedings by judicial combat was that his crimes, the party who was defeated lost his life and goods, and goods was punished as much as he could be. And in other cases of judicial combat, fines were sometimes fixed, sometimes depended on the will of the Lord, which made the outcome of trials much feared. It was the same in business that was decided only by combat. As it was the Lord who had the principal principal profits. It was also he who paid the principal costs, either to assemble his peers or to put them in a position to proceed to judgment. Moreover, as business was concluded right there and almost always instantly, and without the infinite pieces of writing one later saw, it was not necessary to award costs to the parties. The usage of appeals led naturally to the usage of awarding costs. So once you have the rise of appeals, never given a combat, it was settled right then there. These things were done right. Now because as appeals, you then have the usage of a coin cost. Thus, Desfontes says that when one appealed by written law, that is, when the new laws of St. Louis was introduced, costs were awarded, but that in ordinary usage, but that in the ordinary usage, which did not permit appeal without a declaration of falsity, there was none awarded, and one obtained only a fine and a possession for a year and a day of the contested things, if the business was remanded to a lord. So therefore, they own possession of this for a year and a day if the business was remanded to the lord. But when new opportunities for appealing increased the number of appeals, when the frequent usages of appeals from one tribunal to another, the parties were constantly removed from the places where they lived, and the new art of proceedings multiplied and made the trials eternal. When the science of evading the most just claims had been refined, when a plaintiff knew how to flee simply to have himself followed, when the claims was ruinous and the defense easy, when reasons were lost in volumes of words and writings, when justice was full of underlings who would not render justice, when bad faith found counsel where it did not find support. In other words, it found counsel where it did not find support. The pleaders surely had to be checked by the fear of the costs. They had to pay them for the decision and for the means they had used to evade it. Charles the Fair made a general ordinance on the subject. So, chapter 36, on the party for the public. So, as as by the Salic and Repudian laws, and by the other laws of barbarian peoples, the penalties for crimes were pecuniary, financial. They they did not have then. They did not have then, as we have now, a party for the public charged with the prosecution of crimes. So everything was personal. Everything was personal. It was not a party action. Every personal party was enforcing the crime in that sense, right? Indeed, everything was reduced to the reparation for damages. Every prosecution was, in a way, civil, and each individual could prosecute it. On the other hand, Roman right had popular forms for the prosecution of crimes, which could not fit in with the services of a party for the public. So therefore, the Roman right that every private individual had public access. So therefore, the Germanic principle, the barbarian principle, was all civil right, trying to restore things, and this had a public process that in could not fit in with the services of the party for the public. The usage of judicial combat was no less contrary to this idea, for whom would have wanted to be the party for the public and make himself the champion against all, right? It makes no sense. So combat doesn't make sense. This party of the public emerges only in the appellate situation. I find in the collection the formula added by Monsieur Moratori to the laws of the Lombard, that there was under the Carolinians an attorney for the public. So therefore, this is 747:22. Right? This is Advocates de Partis Publica. This is from the Carolinians, right? But if one reads the whole collections of these formulas, one will see that these officers were entirely different from what today we call the public party. Our general prosecutors, or our prosecutors for the king your lord. The former were agents of the public for political and domestic management rather than for civil management. So therefore, they didn't do civil affairs. Right? It was done for the issues of spites or domestic affairs. Right? Indeed, one sees in these formulas that they were not charged with the prosecution of crimes or business concerning minors, churches, or the state of persons, or the state of persons, the condition of persons. Right? I have said that the usages of judicial combat was contrary to the establishment of a party for the public. I find, however, that in one of these formulas, an attorney for the party for the public who has the liberty to enter combat. This formula was made in the Constitution of Henry I, had been placed by Monsieur Moratori after that Constitution. See this Constitution, the formula of this Constitution. This Constitution says that if someone kills his father, brother, nephew, or some other of his relatives, he will lose that inheritance, which will pass on to other relatives, and that his own will belongs to the fils. In other words, his own will and his things now belongs to the fix, the people who control the money. Now, in order to prosecute for this inheritance, that devolves on the fisc, the attorney for the party of the public, who was upholding its rights, had the liberty to combat. This case fell under the general rule. So therefore, in this specific case, this kind of followed the rule of combat. Now I'm doing this. We see in the formulas the attorneys for the party for the public acting against one who had caught a robber and had failed to make him failed to take him to court. Again, against one who had caused an uprising or an assembly against the count, take him to the count. In other words, failed to take him to the count. Against one who had caused an uprising or an assembly against the count. Against one who had saved the life of a man given him by the count to be killed. Again, the attorney for some churches who had been ordered by the count to present that count with a robber and who had not obeyed, against one who had disclosed the king's secret to foreigners, against one who went armed in pursuit of the emperor's deputy, against one who had scorned the emperor's letters, and prosecuted by the attorney of the emperor himself, against one who had refused to accept the prince's money. And finally, this attorney claimed things the laws awarded to the six. And that's it. In other words, again, these are all the procedures of what that. In other words, this formula for this had. In other words, all these things are examples of this formula. So, my God, there's lots of here. Right? There's one, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different conditions with this idea of public actor in this sense. But in the prosecution of crimes, one sees no attorney for the public party, even when duels are fought, even when towns are burned, even when the judge is killed in his tribunal, even when it is a question of the condition of persons, of their liberty and their service. So they don't see this. In other words, you don't. Both in prosecution of crimes, crimes, one sees no attorney for this. Even in this prosecution of crimes, it is not done. These formulas are made not only for the laws of the Lombard, but for the added capitories, these rules of this. Thus, there is no doubt that in this manner they gave us the practice of the Carolinians, in that sense. This is how the Carolinians understood this. These very specific incidences of these things. But these weren't to be kind of like as the basis as their practice now. It is clear that these attorneys for the party with the public were to vanish with the Carolinians, like the deputies of the kings in the province, for the reason that there was no longer a general law or a general fisc, and that there was no longer a count in the province to hold account audiences, and consequently no more of those kinds of officers whose principal function was to maintain the authority of the count. Right? Therefore, these things, everything reverted back to that. The general law was lost. The uses of combats, which became more frequent under the Capetians, did not permit the establishment of the party of the public. Thus, when Bontier in his Somme rural, Somme, speak of officers of justice, he only cites bailiffs, men with fiefs, and sergeants. See the establishment in Bolomeres on the manner prosecuting at the time, how of those things. 688, and that's again this is this. I find in the laws of James II, King of Montesquieu, the creation of the post of the king's prosecutor with the function of ours today. So therefore, 290. See these laws in the Actus Secundum and for the month of June, right? And then it says that, and he ends it. This one is to be in constant attendance in our holy court. He is appointed to prosecute the actions and lawsuits brought forward in our court. So therefore, this is the idea of as today. That the king's creation of the post, the king prosecutor with the function of ours today. It is clear that the king's prosecutor came into being only after the judicial form had changed among ourselves. So therefore, this process came no longer relying on the trial by combat, the rights of appeals and the cost of appeals, and therefore this is why it happened. Chapter 37. On how the establishment of St. Louis were eclipsed. The fate of the establishment was to be born, to age, and to die within a short span of time. I shall make some observations about this. The code we have under the name of the establishments of St. Louis were never made to serve as law for the whole kingdom, though this is said in the preface to the code. The compilation is a general code that enacts over all civil business arrangements concerning goods made by testaments or living persons, dowries and privilege of women, profits and prerogatives of fiefs, the business of police, and so forth. Now, at a time when each town, borough, or village had its own custom, to give a general body of civil laws was to want to reverse in a moment all the particular laws under which men had lived everywhere in the kingdom. So, in other words, it was trying to do something. It was trying to do was impossible. It's possible to do what it did. In other words, the particular laws of the people lived in the kingdom was done by these particular customs, and that therefore this was going against all the customs in that sense. To make a general custom of all the particular customs would be rash, even in these times when princes find only obedience everywhere. For if it is true that one must not alter things when the resulting drawbacks equal the advantages, right? We shouldn't do that the drawbacks equal the advantages. So much less one must alter them when the advantages are small and the drawbacks are immense. Now, if one attends to the state of the kingdom of the time, when everyone grew heady with ideas of his own sovereignty and his own power, one surely sees that to undertake to change the accepted laws and uses everywhere something that could not enter the minds of those who governed. Right. This is, in other words, in that situation, that people were like the kingdom of the time, where everyone's head grew with these ideas of sovereign power, of his own sovereignty, right, his own power. You dare not do that. It'd be just the risks would be too much. What I have just said also proves that the code of the establishment was not confirmed in parliaments by the barons and the men of laws in the kingdom, as is said in the manuscript from the town hall of Annemain, cited by Monsieur Ducange. One sees in other manuscripts that this code was given by St. Louis in 1270 before he left for Tunis. This fact is no truer than the other. For St. Louis left in 1269, as Monsieur Ducange has observed, when he concludes that this code was published in his absence. But I say that this cannot be. Why would St. Louis do something when he was absent that he would have sown troubles, and which would have produced not changes but revolutions, right? Such an enterprise, more than any other, needed to be followed closely, and was not the work of a weak regency, or even one composed of lords who had an interest in seeing that the thing did not succeed. These were Matthew, abbot of St. Denis, Simon de Clermont, Count de Nesle, and in the case of death, Philip, bishop of Arvenus, and Jean, count of Ponthieu. One had already seen that the Count of Ponthieu opposed the execution of the new judicial order where he was lord. Right. I say, in the third place, that it is quite likely that the codes we have is something other than the establishment of St. Louis on judicial order. This code cites the establishments. Therefore, it is the work about the establishments and not the establishments. In addition, Boulmenier, who speaks of the establishments of the St. Louis, cites only particular establishments of this prince and not the compilation of establishments. De Fontaines, who wrote during the reign of this prince, speaks of the first two times that this establishment on judicial order were executed as something in the distinct past. Therefore, the establishment of St. Louis were prior to the compilation of which I speak. If one takes in a strict sense and accept these inaccurate prologues, those inaccurate prologues put at the beginning of this work by some ignorant men, it must have appeared only in the last year of life of St. Louis, and even after the death of that prince. So therefore, these prologues were after his death, and that's I didn't understand. They were collected and then did that after his death. Right? Chapter 38, continuation, same subject. What, therefore, is the compilation that we have under the name of the establishments of St. Louis? What is this obscure, confused, and ambiguous code where one constantly mixes French jurisprudence with Roman law, in which one speaks of a legislature and reveals a jurist, where one finds a body of jurisprudence covering all situations, all the points of civil right, in other words, but one must place oneself in those times, right? One must play, this assumes a certain centrality of things, and a centrality, but if we look at the time, this couldn't have been possible. When St. Louis saw the abuses of the jurisprudence of time, he sought to make people disgusted with them. He made several regulations of the tribunals of his domain and for those of his barons. And he had such success that Brumeur wrote shortly after the death of the princess, tells us that this way of judging established by St. Louis was practiced in a great number of the Lord's courts. Thus, this prince accomplished his purpose, though his rules for the Lord's tribunals were not made as a general law for the kingdom, but as an example that each one could follow and would even have an interest in following. He took away the worst by making the better felt, making the better felt. The better, in other words, took away the worst by making the better people feel the better, right? When one saw in his tribunals, when one saw in his tribunals and in those of the lords a more natural, more reasonable way of proceeding, a way more conformity with morality, religion, and public tranquility, and the security of persons and goods, it was taken up, and the others were abandoned. So therefore, this was, in other words, his code was more of an example, not a norm, not a thing that was an order that was going to be enforced, but rather there's a soft law. In international in law terms, we call this soft law versus hard law. That this is to inspire. These principles were not hard law; they were soft. They were more like things. This should be law, and you should follow it. Right? To invite when one must not constrain. To lead when one must not command is a supreme skill. Reason has a natural empire. It has even a tyrannical empire. One resists it, but this resistance is its triumph. Yet a little time, yet a little time, and one is forced to come back to it. So therefore, that's the idea: is that reason comes back to it. So therefore, even a tyrannical empire, he says, a natural empire and a tyrannical. Thus, King St. Louis, in order to create the distaste for French jurisprudence, had the books of Roman right translated so that men of the law of that time could know them. Desfontes, who was the first to write on our practices, made great use of these Roman laws. His work is more or less a combination of the old French jurisprudence, the laws, or the establishment of St. Louis, and the Roman law. So Desfontaines, right? Beaumont made little use of Roman law, but he reconciled the old French jurisprudence with the regulations of St. Louis, right? So therefore, this one did the Roman laws and the new jurisprudence, right? And then this is the old French jurisprudence, the laws or establishments of this, and Roman law. Therefore, Roman law drops out of the second one. So therefore, the old did all this, but reconciled the old jurisprudence with the regulations of St. Louis. In the spirit of these two works, and above all that of Desfontaines, some bailiffs, I believe, made the work of jurisprudence what we call the establishments. They made a work of jurisprudence with the establishments. In the title of that work, it says that it was made according to the usages of Paris and Orleans, and of the baronial courts. And the prologue, that is a treatise on the usages of entire kingdom, of Anjou, and of the baronial courts. It can be seen that this work was made for Paris, Orleans, and Anjou, but as the works of Bellemare and Desfontaines were made for the counties of Clermont and Vermandois. And it also appears from Beaumanoir that many of the laws of St. Louis had found their way into the baronial courts, the compiler says, with the same reason, that his work also concerned the baronial courts. Right? It is clear that the one who made this work compiled the customs of these countries and the laws with the laws. In other words, who compiled these customs of these countries with the laws and the establishment of St. Louis. The work is valuable because it contains the old customs of Anjou, the establishment of St. Louis as they were then practiced, and finally the part of the old French jurisprudence which was still practiced there. So therefore it's useful for them to understand that. The difference between this work and those of Desfontes and Bimor is that in it one speaks in terms of command, as legislatures do, and this could be because it was compilations of written customs and laws. So therefore, these other guys are describing what was, in that sense, the practices. Here, this is now written. This compiling things of this is this between this work and those other ones is that it speaks in terms of command, as legislatures do, and this is because it's a compilation of written customs and laws. There was an internal vice in this compilation. It formed an amphibious code. It formed this internal vice in this compilation. It formed an amphibious code in which were mixed French jurisprudence and Roman law. Things were brought together that had never been related, and that were often contradictory. So therefore, these things exist. I know, in other words, in this codification, it took these things together and made a codification, and mixed things that were kind of didn't work together, didn't really work, that were contradictory. It says, I know indeed the French tribunals of that French tribunals of men or peers, judgments without appeal to other tribunals, and the way of pronouncing in these words, I condemn or I absolve, conform to the popular judgments of the Romans. But that old jurisprudence was little used. What was used was rather the one that was introduced later by the emperors, which was employed elsewhere in the compilation to regulate, limit, correct, and extend French jurisprudence. So therefore did not act as I condemn and I adjure of command, but rather instead it was more like the Roman emperors, right? The old Roman, later by the emperors, which was employed everywhere in this compilation to regulate, limit, correct, and extend French jurisprudence. Chapter 39, the continuation of the same subject. The judicial forms introduced by St. Louis ceased to be used. The prince had in view less the thing itself, that is, the best way of judging, than the best way of replacing the former practices of judging. So therefore, in other words, the prince had in view less the thing itself, that is, the best way of judging, than the best way of replacing the former practice of judging. The first object was to evoke a dislike for the old jurisprudence, and the second, to form a new one. But once the drawbacks of the new one had appeared, another was soon seen to supplant it. So therefore, once you saw the new rules and there's problems, we needed something to supplant it. Thus, the laws of St. Louis did not so much change French jurisprudence as they gave new means for changing it. They opened new tribunals, or rather new ways to get them. And when one could easily obtain the one that had a general authority, judgments which formerly affected only usages of a particular lord came to form universal jurisprudence. So therefore, the idea of the king and the idea of what was used to be just particular jurisprudence, particular situation, now became of a particular lord, now became one of general everyone. Right? And by the force of the establishment, the point was reached where there were general decisions, which had been entirely lacking in the kingdom. When the building was constructed, the scaffolding was left to fall. So therefore, once all of a sudden the building was constructed, all of a sudden the instrument which was the establishment, The establishment was the constructive means by which these new structures were created. But then once they were built, then these things fell and needed new laws. Thus, the laws made by St. Louis had an effect that they could have never expected of a masterpiece of legislation. Could never have been expected of a masterpiece of legislation. Sometimes many centuries must pass to prepare for changes, even ripen, and then there are revolutions. Right, the Parliament judged in the last resort on almost all the business of the kingdom. It had formerly judged only those between dukes, counts, and bishops and abbots, or between the kings and the vassal, in their relation to the political order rather than to civil order. Later, the one obliged it to make it a sitting parliament and to keep permanently assembled. Finally, many were created so that there would be enough of them for all the business. Therefore, these became courts in that sense, right? Scarcely had the parliaments become the fixed body, then one began to compile its decisions. Jean de Montluc, during the reign of Philip the Fair, made the collection today called the Olim Registry, right? This one, 301. You see the excellent work of the President Hernand, right, for the year 1313, right? Chapter 40, how the judicial forms were taken Jerome the Decretals. Okay, this is how this one were taken. I think this is a typo. Hold on, let me just check quickly. Hold on. I'm sorry. It's been a long video, and it's even more video, right? Yeah, taken from the how the judicial forms were taken from, not Jerome, from the debt corrals, right? From these procedures and this entity. But how does it happen that when the established judicial forms were abandoned, those of canonical right rather than those of Roman right were taken up? So why did the canonical right, the canon law, rather than Roman right taken up? It was because the clerical tribunals, which followed the form of canonical right, were always in view, and because no tribunal following those of Roman right were known. So in addition, the limits of ecclesiastical and secular jurisdictions were little known at the time. No distinctions were made in the people who appeared before these two courts, nor were there any in the matters about which one pleaded. So therefore, in other words, there was no Roman courts. There was only the church courts. The churches survived. And at the time, the people didn't distinguish between secular and ecclesiastical and secular jurisdiction. In addition, the limits of ecclesiastical were not really known at that time. So therefore, the people who appealed to these two courts, right, they were made to people who appeared before these two courts, nor was there any matters by which where one pleaded. It seemed that the lay jurisdictions kept for itself, privately from the other, only the judging of feudal matters and crimes committed by the laity in cases that did not run counter to religion. For if one had to go to lay justice in the case of agreement and contracts, the party would voluntarily proceed to clerical tribunals, which, as they did not have the right to oblige lay justice to execute the sentence, constrains one to obey by way of excommunication. So therefore, they could control by religion practice. Therefore, they could use excommunication as the way to do it. They did not have to follow the rules of the law. They were judged. In these circumstances, when one wanted to change practices in lay tribunals, those of the clerics were taken because they were known, and that of Roman light was not chosen because it was not known. For in matters of practice, one knows only what one practices. Therefore, that's the problem. Therefore, the reason why the canon courts became things, because everyone knew about it. This was there, and therefore this was practice, and therefore this is why canon law dominated, not Roman right, in that sense. And therefore, because the common usage as this happened, therefore this became the basis of this idea. Chapter 41: the ebb and flow of ecclesiastical jurisdiction in lay jurisdiction. So this ebb and flow of these. When civil power in the hands of an infinite number of lords, it had been easy for ecclesiastical jurisdiction to give itself more scope daily. So therefore, in other words, given infinite lords, given that everything's feudal, right, the church had a unity that the lords did not. The canon, there was no Roman law, and that there was not unified law, and there was only each court was its own, each feudal situation had its own jurisprudence. So therefore, that lay law was always localized with these courts, but the church's ecclesiastical thing had a uniformity because of canon law, right? But the ecclesiastical jurisdiction weakened the jurisdiction of the lords, and thus contributed to give force to royal jurisdiction. Royal jurisdiction gradually restricted ecclesiastical jurisdiction, and the later retreated before the former. So therefore, the church helped the kings get power, but once the king got power, royal authority got, then royal authority had the church lost, the ecclesiastical had to, took away, restricted this royal jurisdiction, restricted ecclesiastical jurisdiction. The parliament, which had taken for its form of procedure everything good and useful from that of the clerical tribunals, soon saw only its abuses, and the royal jurisdiction became stronger daily. It was increasingly in the position to correct these same abuses. Indeed, they were intolerable, and without enumerating them, I shall refer to Minor and Bulletia and the ordinances of our kings. I shall only speak of the ones which most directly concern the public fortune. I'm going to speak. We know these abuses by the decisions that reformed them. Dense ignorance had introduced them. A kind of light appeared, and they no longer existed. Right? There was a dense ignorance introduced them. Then, like a kind of light appeared that shined on them, and then, oh my God, these horrible. Then they no longer existed because they were revolted against them. One can judge by the silence of the clergy that they themselves were in the foremost of the correction. So therefore, the clergy was silent about these things. They were correct. A thing which, given the nature of the human spirit, deserves praise. In other words, the silence of the clergy. One can judge by the silence of the clergy that they themselves were in the forefront of these corrections, of these bad practices that emerge. And given the nature of the human spirit, they deserve praise. Any man who died without giving a part of his goods to the church, which was called dying unshivern, was deprived of communion and Christian burial. If someone died without a testament, the relative had to get a bishop to join with them in naming arbiters to fix what the dead man should have given if he had made a testament. The wedding night, the two following ones, newlyweds could not sleep together without buying permission. Those certainly were the 3 nights that certainty were the 3 nights that had to be chosen. Not for not much silver could be given for the others. The Parliament corrected all that. One finds in the Gloss des Lois Français, by the gloss of the rights of the French, right? The laws of the French, by Réguleux, Francis, right? The decision he rendered against the Bishop of Amiens. So this is that. This 307. Is that right? Did I skip 307? 307 is earlier. Sorry. 309. At the words execute testament, and then this is of March 1409. I return to the beginning of my chapter. When in a century or a government, when in a century or a government one sees the various bodies of the state seek to increase their authority and to get certain advantages over the other, one would often be mistaken if their enterprise were considered a sure mark of their corruption. Right? It would be mistaken to see their enterprise. When they said, in other words, they saw that this was happening, increased their authority, increased that by a misfortune attached to the human condition. So, in other words, in a century or a government, one sees the various bodies of a state seek to increase their authority and to get certain advantages over each other. One would often be mistaken if their enterprise were considered a sure mark of their corruption. In other words, this idea of this enterprise is corruption. By a misfortune attached to the human condition, great men who are moderate are rare. So great men who are moderate are rare. And as it is always easier to follow one's strength than to check it, perhaps in the classes of superior people, it is easier to find extremely virtuous people rather than extremely wise men. Okay, this is that line T. The wisdom here implied by the sage is closest to what we call prudence, right? In other words, we get virtuous men rather than wise men. In other words, it's a misfortune attached to human condition that great men who are moderate are very rare, and that it's easier to follow one's strength than to check it. So this is why this is the way this is. The soul takes such delight in dominating. The soul takes such delight in dominating other souls. Even those who love the good love themselves so much that no one is so unfortunate as to distrust his good intentions. In other words, so that the soul takes such delight in dominating the souls of others. Okay, even those who love the good love themselves so much that no one is so unfortunate as to distrust his good intentions. In other words, and because if you discuss his intentions, you're kind of insulting him, right? And in truth, our actions depend on so many things that is 1,000 times easier to do good than to do it well. In other words, it is 1,000 times easier to do good, to try to do good, intend to do good. It's better that, in other words, the idea that we often intend a good thing, but then we don't deliver it. There's a tension between intention and then outcomes. So therefore, our intention is correct. The problem is, it's not a problem of bad will, but rather bad judgment. Okay, this is the whole point of this point here. That this is not because there was a bad will involved, but rather they didn't know how to do it. They didn't have no way the best to do it or to accomplish this. So they did try to they saw what was good, but they didn't know how to do it. They did it badly, and they did it too powerfully. So against this in truth, actions depend so much on the things that it is 1,000 times easier to do good than to do it well. Right? This idea. Chapter 42. Okay, this is going to be more direct. This is going to be a 3-hour video. Oh my God! When the Ditus of Gysa was discovered around the year 1137, Roman right appeared to be reborn. Schools, and I get the same thing with Aristotle. When Aristotle was discovered, Aristotle was born, right? This is when Justinian was discovered in the year 1137, Roman light appears to be born. Schools were established in Italy to teach it. The Code of Justinian and the Novella had already been found. I have already said that this right gained such a favor that it caused the ellipse of the laws of the Lombard. Italian scholars brought the right of Justinian into France, where only the Code Theodosius had been known, because of the laws of Justinian were not made until after the establishment of the barbarians in Gaul. The establishment of the barbarians in Gaul, right? The Justinians happened after the barbarians take control of Gaul. This right met with some opposition, but it was not maintained in spite of excommunication. But it was maintained in spite of excommunication by the popes, who protected their own canons. Right? This idea. St. Louis sought to give it standing by having translations made in the works of Justinian, which we still have in manuscript in our libraries. And I have already said that much use was made of them in the establishment. Philip the Fair had the laws of Justinian taught solely as written reasoning in the counties of France governed by custom, right? Um, by the Charter of 13 in favor of the University of Orleans, right? Reported the Toulet, right? And that they were adopted as laws in the counties where Roman light was the law. So therefore, they were given as reasoning when the custom was ruled, but Roman lights. I have said earlier that the manner of proceeding by judicial combat required very little competence in those who judged. Besides, business was decided in each place according to the usage of that place, and according to certain simple customs that were accepted by tradition. There were in the times of Beaumanoir two different manners of rendering justice. In some places, peers judged, in other places, bailiffs judged. When the first form was followed, the peers judged according to the usage of their jurisdiction. In the second, chivalrous men or old men indicated the same usage to the bailiff. One of this required literacy. None of this required literacy, ability, or study. But when the obscure code of the establishments and other works of jurisprudence appears, when Roman rights was translated, when it began to be taught in schools, then a certain art of procedure and a certain art of jurisprudence began to be formed. Then practitioners and jurists appeared. Peers and chivalrous men were no longer in the position to judge. Peers began to withdraw from the tribunal of the lords. The lords were inclined little to convoke them. The more so because judgments, instead of being a striking action, pleasing to the nobility and interesting to the warriors, had become only a practice that they neither knew nor wanted to know. So for this paperwork, this petty paperwork, right? The rise of the clerks and the rise of this, and they were not it's not the warrior fighting like this in my benefit. No. I don't want to know. This is just boring and tedious and labor, and I have to study to do this. Oh my God, no, right? The practice of judging by peers became less used. That of judging by bailiffs spread. Bailiffs had not previously judged. They gave instruction and pronounced the judgment of the chivalrous men. But when these men were no longer in a position to judge, the bailiff themselves judged. So therefore, this is why these practices happen. This happened more easily as they had, in other words, this happened more easily as they had in the practice of the church judges before their eyes. Canonical right and the new civil right worked together to abolish the peers. So therefore, this is how you abolish peers in this sense, right? Thus was lost the usage. Well, this explains Roman law. This explains the continental situation. This is why the continental law there's no jury. So why does juries remain in England? This is about. This is interesting that juries remain in England, but they don't. In other words, the peers remain in England, judged by people. Here, the bailiffs replace them, right? The new civil right worked to abolish the peers, thus lost the usage, consistently observed in the monarchy, that a judge never judged alone, as is seen in the Salic laws, in the capitularies. The judge never judged alone, and that is seen in the Salic law and the capitulary, and in the first writers on the practice of the compassion. So therefore, the judges never judged alone; they were just merely the contrary abuse, which occurred only in local justices, was moderated and in a way corrected by the introduction in several places of a judge's lieutenant, whom the judge consulted and who represented the former chivalrous men, and by the obligation of the judge to select two graduates in law in cases that could warrant a corporal penalty. Finally, it was nullified by extreme by the extreme ease of appeal. So therefore, this idea of this person, this need for this, then simply that this was nullified because of appeals. So this explains how this civil law and the new law emerged in new courts. Chapter 43, a continuation, same subject. Thus, it was not a law that prohibited the lords from holding their court themselves. It was not a law that abolished the functions of the peers in them. There was no law that ordered the creation of the bailiff. It was not from a law that they had the right to judge. This all happened gradually and by the force of things. So the practice and habits and things like this, it evolved. In other words, it evolved. It wasn't by a law or command that these things happened, but rather the simple that practice, custom and practice led to it. That certain rules and certain things, institutions. This is how he says it, right? All these things happened gradually and by the force of things. The knowledge of Roman light and of decisions of the courts, of the bodies of recently discovered record customs, required a study of which the nobles and the illiterates were not capable. So therefore, it's not your professional class, right? The only ordinance that we have about this, 320, that is for the year of 1287, is the one that obliged the lords to choose the bailiffs from the order of laity. So the bailiffs had to be of laity. This had been mistakenly regarded as the law creating them. And so this is not the law creating them. This was the laity. But it says only that what it says. In other words, that they should become laity. In addition, it fixes what is prescribed by the reasons it gives for it, in order that the bailiffs may be punished for their breaches of trust. They must be drawn from the order of laity. 321, right? Again, so if in the place they commit a crime, superiors could punish them. So that if you remember the churchmen were not, the lords had no control of the punishment of churchmen. Churchmen were only the church could punish the church, and therefore therefore they needed to make the bailiffs no churchmen, because if they did something naughty, the Lord could not punish the churchmen, but he could punish a lay person for it. So therefore, the reason that one knows the privileges of ecclesiastic at this time, right? That's what I'm saying. This is the ecclesiastics that couldn't be punished by the king or the lay authority. So therefore, they had to be lay people in order because it was to prevent corruption. This was done not because this was done for the first time. This was commonly done. Bailiffs were there, but this was because the churchmen were abusing that power, and therefore this is to avoid the corruption. One must not believe that the rights of the Lord formerly enjoyed, and which they no longer enjoyed, were taken away from them by usurpations. In other words, they weren't taken. A number of those rights were lost through neglect, and others were abandoned because the various changes were introduced over the course of several centuries that they could not continue to exist along with those changes. The things changed, and they couldn't maintain them in that same way. So therefore, in other words, they didn't change because they were usurped. They changed because they lost interest in them. They didn't want to do it anymore. New practices were created. New mechanisms were done that made their life easier, and that they didn't have to do that new practices of law and rules that they didn't really want to. They still had the right to do it, but they didn't want to do it because they'd have to know these rules, and that as long as you made the appeal easy to get them out of it, they took the easy way out, right? Chapter 44 on proof of witnesses. Judges on whose only rules were the usages ordinarily held inquest by means of witnesses into each question that was presented. So therefore, the judges whose only rules were of usage, question of usage, ordinarily held inquests by means of witnesses into each question was presented. Right. The judicial combat came to be used less. The inquests were made in writing. But an oral proof was written down, remains only an oral proof. This only increase the expense of the proceeding. So therefore, in other words, regulations were made rendering most of these inquests useless. So therefore, regulations made these inquests useless. Public registers were established, which gave proof of most. Which public registers were established, which gave proof of most of the facts. Nobility, age, legitimacy, marriage. In other words, these of questions of nobility, whether you nobility your age or legitimacy, marriage, all these factual questions. Writing is a witness difficult to corrupt. In that sense, one had customs put in writing. So therefore, writing is a thing. Therefore, customs were put in writing. All of this is quite reasonable. It is easier to go back and look at the baptismal record to see if Peter is son of Paul than to prove this fact by a lengthy inquest. So in other words, you just have facts, matter of facts, records and facts. Therefore, you can just investigate it through this rather than inquest of this whole thing. When there are a very great number of usages in the county, it's easier to write them all in a code than to oblige individuals to give proof of each usage. There's a lot of things going to happen. Oh my God, we're going to be here forever. Just make a paper. Let's writing, having a fact and a record makes things like life in a small community you can do that, but have oral usage and witness. But then if it gets too big, if it's going to continue and going to work, you need to make things easier, right? In other words, it's easier to write them all in a code than to oblige individuals to give proof of each usage. Again, this is why Roman law came codified in that sense, right? Finally, the obvious ordinance was made that prohibited the acceptance of proof by witness for a debt of more than £100 unless there was already some proof in writing. In other words, if you had some proof of anything above £100, you had to have writing proof. Actually, this is the famous thing that, in other words, mere witness of something event was not good enough. In other words, that a famous ordinance that made prohibited acceptance of a proof witnessing for a debt of more than £100 unless there was a writing of proof of that. That's still in our American law. That's still there. If you don't have a writing proof of this, just a mere, actually the actual one. Already proof in writing. In chapter 25, where we finally come to the end of this long thing, but this is going to be 11 paragraphs, so it's going to be long, on the customs of France. France was regulated by unwritten customs. As I've said. And this particular usage of lordship formed a civil right. Each lordship had a civil right, as Bohlemar says. And so so specific was this right that this offer, whom one should consider as the luminary of that time and a great one, says that he does not believe that the whole kingdom, any two lordships were governed in every point by the same law. So there's no general law about civil right. This prodigious diversity had an origin and had its first origin, and it had a second. The first, one can recall what I have mentioned earlier in this chapter on local customs. That's back in chapter 12, right? And the second, it is found in the various outcomes of judicial combat, right? As continuous accidental situations naturally introduced new usages. So therefore, the outcomes of this created new usages. These customs were preserved in memory of old men. Gradually, laws or written customs were formed. So 1. In the beginning of the reign of the Carpathians, the kings gave particular charters and even general ones in the way I have already explained. Such are established by Philip Augustus and those made by St. Louis. The great vassals, together with the lords who depended on them, likewise gave in the assizes of their duchies and or counties certain charters or establishments according to their customs, such as the assize of Geoffrey, Count of Brittany, on the division of nobles, the customs of Normandy granted Duke Earl, the customs of Champagne given by King Talbot, the laws of Simon, Count Montefort, and others. This produced some written laws that were even more general than the ones already in existence. Therefore, these specific principles were given there, therefore they became more general. Two, at the beginning of the reign of the Caputins, almost all the common people were serfs. Many reasons obliged the kings and the lords to free them. In other words, the kings and the lords, many reasons obliged to free them. When the lords freed the serfs, they gave them goods. They had to give them civil laws to regulate the disposition of these goods. When the lords freed the serfs, they gave up goods. The rights of the lords reserved to them, the right that the lord reserved to themselves as equivalent to their goods had therefore to be regulated. So in other words, they gave them goods and therefore needed to regulate the goods among them. And then the lords gave up a good and therefore they needed to reserve to themselves equivalent of things of their goods that they gave up, therefore to be regulated. Both these things are regulated by charters freeing them. These charters formed a part of our customs. And this part was put in writing. So this is the beginning of the writings, right? The freeing of serfs, and therefore the serfs, the regulations of what property could be done amongst them, and then what obligations could be done to their lords in that sense, right? And three, the reign of the St. Louis and the following reigns, able practitioners such as De Fontaine's Baumer and others put in writing the customs of the bailiwicks. The purpose was to give a juridical practice rather than the usage of their times with respect to the disposition of goods. Therefore, juridical practice, to give a juridical practice, kind of guideline, rules, then rather than a kind of code of actual laws. But everything is in them. And through these individual authors, though these individuals had no authority except from the truth and public knowledge about the things they said, one cannot doubt that they served well in the rebirth of our French right. Such was at the time our written customary right. So therefore, the beginning of our rebirth of our French rights, and therefore this is the written customary right. These people keeping a code of it. That they were not giving us codified words of what, but they were putting in this kind of a jurisprudence of how they care. In other words, give a juridic practice rather than usage of their times. In this sense, therefore, but they become the code by which that we understand the usage. Next came the great period of Charles VII, and his successors had the various local customs throughout his kingdoms put in writing and prescribed formally that they were to be observed in their transcription. Now, as this transcription was done by provinces, and each lordship disposition were given in the general assembly of that province about the written or unwritten usages of each place, one sought to make the customs more general, as far as this could be done without injuring the interests of the individuals which were protected. Right. This is 136. It was done this way, as noted in the works of La Tempézère. Right. They want to make it general, but not harm the interest of those the interest of the individuals who are being protected in this way. Thus, our customs assume three characteristics. One, they are written down, they were more general, and they received the stamp of royal authority. So therefore, three characteristics. One, they were written down. Two, our customs were written down, they were made more general and less specific. And then three, that they were given grant of royal authority. When many of these customs were rewritten, certain changes were made, either by removing all that was not compatible with current jurisprudence, or by adding certain things drawn from that jurisprudence. So therefore, you modified them. Therefore, once these codes were rewritten, these customs were rewritten, changes are made. That was everything that was not compatible with current jurisprudence was removed, and then things that were removed, then you needed to make, address things that anything that needed to be addressed had to follow jurisprudence. So adding things that was drawn from that jurisprudence. Though we consider customary right to imply a kind of opposition to Roman right, so that these two rights divide the territories, it was nevertheless true that a number of provisions of Roman right entered into our custom. especially when new transcriptions were made of them at times that are not so distant from our own, when that right was the object of knowledge of all those whom were destined for civil employment. In other words, the people, in other words, those who are going to be the civil employment would know those rights, and therefore they would, okay, use those rights to to embody right this employment in times one did not when one did not glory in being ignorant of what one should know, when quickness of spirit served better to learn one's profession than to engage in it. To learn one profession or to engage. In other words, that the quickness of spirit did not say, okay, first learn it, then do it, not rather than do it, then learn it, right? And when being continually amused was not even the attribute of women. In other words, when being continually amused was not even the attribute of women. So everyone, so not only women were amused, men were amused in this. These three things again. In other words, this. Transcription of this was of our civil employment times, right? Three things. One did not glory in being ignorant of what one should know. One does not glory in being ignorant of what one should know. You should know. There's glory in knowing what you should know, not ignorant of it. And when quickness of spirit is better served by learning it than simply just doing it, and when being amused was not just merely for women, it was also. I could have elaborated even further at the end of this book, and by going into greater detail, could have followed all the imperceivable changes that have formed the great body of our French jurisprudence since the introduction of appeals. In other words, once you brought in the appeals. But I would have put one great work into another. In other words, if I did this, I am like an antiquarian who left his country, arrived in Egypt, glanced at the pyramids, and headed back. Okay. That's a great line, right? 127, Addison and the Spectator, right? This idea that he's quoting Addison, the Spectator. I'm like the Aquarian who left his country, arrived in Egypt, glanced at the pyramids, and then he's going back. What he says this line, I could have elaborated this further in the end of the book by going into great detail of all the imperceptible changes that affected our great French jurisprudence because of the introduction of appeals. But this would have been a bigger work, much bigger work, and then therefore I'm an Aquarian who does this ends like this, and there we end this long book. This is probably the longest book. This is probably the longest of the books of Montesquieu, and that's oh my God, why is this so long? And in fact, he said this could be even longer. So this is even funny. Okay, I have to stop here. I bet this is 3 hours. So, any questions you have or comments, if you watched this, please put the comments below. If you have liked it, like it. Please share it with a friend. Again, because this is going to be the big one, right? Only really, this is, oh God, who's ever going to look at this? It's actually great to understand origins of law and the different trajectories that law took that he gives here. So it explains this, why French law came to be the way it did. It's a wonderful account in this sense. So if you liked it, like it. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. Get your friends to subscribe. If you pass this with social media, the friends, other things, this video. But also encourage others to subscribe so we grow the channel some. So know your friends, introduce them to the channel. Of course, it probably won't be this video, but if you didn't like it, okay, you can say, I can say, why the hell is it this long? Because I wanted to do a book, and each video is going to be a book, I promised. And this is this book. Oh my God, I could have broke this in 3. But if I did that, then there'd be no logic to see the connections of it, right? So, okay, that's it. Another thing is, if you want to follow me on social media, you can follow the links that are below. If you want to help me to do what I do here, of course, you send me money, please send me money. I need the money, please. Okay, but you can do it through Patreon or Subscribe Star. You're gonna say, but you don't do anything. You're giving the stuff on the line anyway, so why should we do anything? Come on, it's okay. I understand, but if all of a sudden I have a bunch of people who do that, maybe I'll do special things for them. But But it'd be nice that someone did this because it does cost me to do this, time and energy, right? I should be doing other things. People say, my friends say, why are you doing these videos? What are you doing these videos for, man? Don't you? I'm doing that. Maybe that this is important. I think this is important, but you should be doing your articles and things like that. It was more important for you to. I understand what they're saying. Right now, I should be writing a chapter of something, and I'm waiting for something to be sent there, and I should be my notes. And this takes time. I should be writing. So people say, "What the frig are you doing this for?" And that's okay. Okay. So therefore, you can contribute on Subscribestar, Patreon if you want to, or you can buy one of my books. This Friday, this is Monday, this is Monday, Wednesdays, the Spirit of the Laws. We're continuing this for a couple more times. I think there's 3 more books. We got this done. 3 more. On Tuesday, Thursday, we're doing Schmidt. At this time, he's being called Schmidt, Legality and Legitimacy, which is very interesting. These are kind of paired rightly to each other in terms of the cross-referencing to understand things. We understand this is kind of the idea of jurisdictional right, Schmidt. Okay, and then Friday's a live stream of some kind or a messing around video. Okay, that's it. Take care. Bye-bye. See you next time when we look at chapter 29, which I think is very odd because it's no longer about the particular things, but of laws in general. So we stop here. Take care. Bye.